Ace. Interactions, there are cooperative interactions, and to get it right requires a kind of intelligence about how other members of the group are going to react, what's appropriate behaviour, and so on. All social animals must involve some kind of social intelligence, and we can reasonably assume that our ancestors, our hominid ancestors, had a social intelligence to enable them to live together and work together in social groups. They had a technical intelligence that enabled them to make stone tools, and maybe other technical devices or technical things, maybe fibres and string, which haven't left traces in the archaeological record. They must have had a natural historical intelligence, because if you're living as a hunter-gatherer, as they did, then unless you know what to hunt and how to hunt it, what the habits of the animals are that you're hunting, unless you know what to gather, where to gather it, what things are good to eat, what things are good as herbs, you don't get very far. And this requires an enormously detailed knowledge of natural history. Not just human beings, chimpanzees have to have this, and many other creatures. So this must have been part of their mental makeup. And then at some stage they began to talk, and they must have had a linguistic intelligence. We don't know when language began. Some people put it 50,000 years ago, some people put it much longer ago, but really nobody knows. Language leaves no fossil traces. But something very strange happened. About 100,000 years ago, our ancestors achieved brain sizes roughly the same as ours today. So for 100,000 years, human beings have had brains of the current capacity. Yet, for 100,000 years, they were not writing programs and building computers and thinking up Einstein's equations and so on. Something else was going on with those brains, and we haven't a clue what it was. The brain size, the development of current brain size, is not the reason that there's been this explosion of technical innovation recently. Brain size hasn't changed much for 100,000 years. And it wasn't until about 50,000 years ago that there was the beginnings of art, paintings in caves and that kind of thing. What happened? Why did art and civilization only begin tens of thousands of years after the brain had reached its present capacity? And what enabled these different kinds of intelligence to give rise to the agricultural revolution, modern humanity, and so on? Well, the hypothesis that Meiden puts forward is that about 50,000 years ago, some crucial transition occurred whereby these previously separate intelligences somehow came together, cross-fertilized each other, and produced the beginnings of characteristically human mentality. The connection of social and technical intelligence meant that people started using technical skills for making things like jewelry, ornaments, grave goods. The mixing of technical and natural historical intelligence led to a great improvement in hunting technologies, in weapons, in axe heads and spearheads and arrowheads and so on. The merging of social and natural historical intelligence led to a whole kind of mythic understanding of the animal and the natural world, which we find in all cultures around the world today. And with combining these with linguistic intelligence, there was a whole burst of human development, of mental development. He compares this to cathedral, a Romanesque and Norman cathedral, has side chapels almost sealed off from each other with no interaction, whereas the great Gothic cathedrals sort of open up and all these different things can mix together. Somehow he thinks this transition 50,000 years ago was associated with the origin of religion and seems to have been based on a sense of human connection not just with the earth but with the heavens. When I asked Ivan how he understood this to have happened, especially given his chosen metaphor of the cathedral, I said, do you think there really was a breakthrough from some extraterrestrial intelligence into the human realm at that stage, since all your evidence points to it? And he said, of course not, that's impossible. And so I said, how do you know it's impossible? Since everybody all around the world, according to your own evidence, seems to have undergone this transition, it seems to have shaped human mentality as we know it. He said, oh yes, he said, well, the very fact everyone believes it shows that this is an incredibly persistent illusion. And I said, but how do you know it's an illusion? He said, because it's so persistent. And I said, surely you can have things that are true that are persistent too. He admitted in the end it was just a matter of opinion. But everything he said points towards some breakthrough to another realm of consciousness around 50,000 years ago, and something that happened with human groups all around the earth. And I think this is the first time I've seen a convincing building up of evidence from somebody who's coming from a very hard-nosed position that gives us some clue as to a major shift in consciousness that happened, and it involved some connection with a higher dimension. Now, some people will like to interpret that in terms of visits of spaceships, chariots of the gods, and so forth. I think that there are many other ways of thinking about it, and I can guess that Terence will be able to suggest at least one. But before we get, there's one other speculation about the past I want to mention, which I found particularly interesting out of this year's crop of books on the subject, which is Barbara Ehrenreich's book, Blood Rights. She's an American writer based in New York, and in her book, Blood Rights, completely changed around my idea of human prehistory. What she shows very convincingly is that our image of man the hunter striding forth onto the African savannah about 3 million years ago is, in fact, pretty implausible. Human beings were small, they couldn't run very fast, they weren't particularly strong, their tools were extremely primitive. It's much more likely that for most of human history it was not man the hunter, but man the hunted. In fact, most bone remains of early hominids show the marks and scratches and tooth marks of large cats on them. Human beings were on the African savannah with lots of game, but also with lots of big predators. They were extremely vulnerable. And a great deal of human mentality, she argues, was shaped by millions of years of being preyed on by large predators. It wasn't until about 50,000 years ago that there was an improvement in hunting technologies all around the world, whereby human beings could indeed become fairly effective hunters. But for most of the 3.5 million years of hominid history, it was man the hunted. She shows very interestingly that this sheds light on many religious traditions, because in many religious traditions there's the idea of the victim, the sacrificial victim. If you're a herd of wildebeest or baboons in a group out in the desert, and a predator approaches, the predators usually attack isolated members of the group, the old, the young, or sometimes the young males who are defending the group on the periphery. Those are the ones that get killed first. And when they've killed one of them, they start eating it, and very often the rest of the group then relax, and they often stand around and watch the predator eating the prey, because once they've got one victim, they're not hungry anymore, they're not interested in the rest. So one dies for the sake of the rest. And this is a simple fact of predation. And she shows that this pattern, the idea of a sacrificial victim that dies for the sake of the rest, is deeply embedded in our consciousness as an archetypal pattern based in this biological fact of predation and the fact that we were preyed upon. She also shows that most of the early visions of gods and goddesses were in the form of carnivores. Even Jehovah is a carnivore. The story of Cain and Abel, where Cain is a farmer and offers the fruit of the earth to God as a sacrifice, and Abel is a herder and offers a sheep. God prefers the sacrifice of Abel. He prefers meat to vegetarian diet, and that's why Cain kills Abel. He's jealous. And so this carnivorous quality of the gods is associated with images of the gods in association with predatory animals. She then goes on to show that whole nations identify with predators is as a kind of justification for war making, where the whole nation becomes like a predator. The symbol of England and many other countries is the lion, of America, of the United States, the eagle, and so on. All around the world you find these predatory animals as national emblems. Well, I think her insights are particularly interesting, and because of this long history, it shows so much of our mythology, religious structure, and fears are related to this long period of being preyed on. She shows the fantasies, the nightmares of young children in modern cities like New York until they're about 5 years old, and not about child molesters and realistic fears, or at least the fears their parents have. They're about being eaten by monsters and wild animals. This is what most children's nightmares are about. And this would go back to a long period of history. So here we have two ideas, Mythen's ideas and Barbara Ehrenreich's ideas about early human history, which would give memories. I would think of them as memories in the collective memory through morphic resonance. Jung would call them collective archetypes in the collective unconscious. Things which are built into our past, our memory, that have shaped the way our minds are today, of which we're largely unaware, because our normal study of history begins with the civilizations of the Near East, with Egypt, with Greece, Rome, and so forth, and leaves out the previous 3.5 million years of human history, which have really done so much to shape our evolutionary nature, and therefore condition the way we respond to each other today and in the future. I think that our evolutionary history is rooted in the past, but I've been reading on my journey here this novel, On the Edge, just published in England last week by Edward St. Aubyn. It's set in California. Scenes occur in Esalen, and here's a conversation going on in the hot tubs on page 130. According to Terence McKenna, said Flavia, who happens to be a genius instead of an arrogant British jerk, history is rooted in the future. So,
can I jump in? Well, first of all, let's just assume that I've responded to this with the usual rap about diet, mushrooms, so forth and so on, that if you know anything about my work, you have heard ad nauseum, ad infinitum. So just go past that and say, and remind you, Rup and I have not really had a good conversation for 20 months, but I guess arranging ourselves according to the demands of the morphogenetic field, we're sort of thinking along the same creodes, because in my trying to understand at greater levels this moment of transition 50,000 years ago, or this moment of breakthrough, what exactly were the elements and how did it happen? I've sort of come very close to this area that Rupert's indicating this morning, because I can't help but notice that a successful predator must think like prey, that there is this peculiar intellectual symbiosis that goes on between the predator and the prey. And hunting cats, top carnivores, I think, internalize the behaviors of their prey. Well, at the very dawn of the emergence, of the evolutionary emergence of mind, the central human figure in that equation is the shaman. And the shaman at the high Paleolithic stage is essentially a kind of sanctioned psychotic. In other words, able to move into states of mind so extreme that their immediate social efficacy is arguable. And to condense that into common English, what I mean is the shaman is a person, a designated member of the social group, who can mentally change into an animal, who can become so animal-like that other members of the social group are appalled and draw back. And so in a weird way, at this fractal boundary where human consciousness emerges, the first human consciousness was not human at all. It was a human ability to model effectively the thinking processes of other predators.
With mathematical models.
With mathematical models and precision, yes. And so, yes, what we're talking about when we're talking about hunting is we're talking about strategic thinking. And strategic thinking always involves bifurcating trees of choice. If we go to the water hole at dawn, perhaps we can make a kill. If we take food and leave the women and children and go in this direction several days, perhaps we will make a kill. Perhaps not. Perhaps by abandoning the women and the children, we will undercut our gene pool and return to catastrophe. Strategic thinking. What strategic thinking requires is the ability to contemplate possibilities not immediately present. In other words, there's a kind of time-binding function here. So I'm really not so much posing a question to Roop as adumbrating what he said. And this is where it all comes together in this very complicated relationship between fear, expectation, strategizing, and the imagination. The two areas where I'm sure we spend a great deal of time studying these bifurcating trees of possibility were in the food gathering and hunting domain, and then in the sexual domain, which today we call erotic fantasy. But in the high Paleolithic, erotic fantasy was rather closely welded to where your genes went and how your biological propagation processes proceeded. So the key, whether you believe it was through the stimulation of psilocybin or through the aping of the behavior of other top predators that we aspired to compete with, whatever the causal mechanism, the domain in which the change was born and in which we will live until we leave the body behind us, is the domain of the imagination. And this is what we created that is uniquely human and that has defined us ever since. And as this discussion today proceeds to look more into the future, I think we will see that as the imagination has been our past and the cradle of our humanness, so it also is the domain in which our trans-human metamorphosis will occur. Something like that.
As far as I can see, this is dancing around an intellectual black hole or something. Here we have, the question is posed, as I gather of Stephen Marvin, that in the evolution of consciousness or culture, I'm not sure which, there was a bifurcation 50,000 years ago universe is of interest to us because we're in one now. And the question is, what was it caused by? And Rupert proposed that you would, of course, answer the psilocybin mushroom on the plains of Africa. But you didn't mention
strategically.
But why this need not only was a constant throughout the 3.5 billion years evolution of hominids, but also in sponges, apes, and swarming bees, schooling fish, and so on. This is more or less no news here. What was it then that happened 50,000 years ago, if anything happened? So I know that this will not be a favorite hypothesis in this audience, but it's one that has to be counted. You asked for, are there any other, what did he suggest actually, Stephen Mythen?
He doesn't give a very clear explanation as to why this might have happened.
Well, he's a youngish man, I suppose. He probably has not read the great books of his predecessors, such as, let's say, for example, Alexander Marchand, who led a great group of, combined group of two species, neurophysiologists and archaeologists in the distant past, to propose that miracle that occurred, like the beginning of Cro-Magnon 50,000 years ago, had to do with a structural change in neurophysiology. This presents the view, if you want to look at it that way, God as a brain surgeon, also known as the hole in the head, where the connection between the hemispheres was improved in the corpus callosum, and this physiological evolution provided evolutionary advantage in the hunting and so on. And as an evolution theorist, you would have to say, well, if there was divine brain surgery, then it could have been in response to a leading element in the evolution of some morphogenetic field. Now, thinking of this as it's a chicken and egg kind of thing, okay, it's like the physiological change. There was a physiological change, was there not? Did Stephen Mythen mention that?
Well, you can't from skulls, all you've got...
Oh, you can. No, you can. That's the whole point, that these skulls have been examined microscopically by Alexander Marchand. And the changes in the skull, morphological changes, sharply divide that particular event, including the enlargement of the frontal lobes, which was considered, because of Rocca's brain, to be the physiological foundation for the development of speech, whereas we would say, probably, I'm guessing we would agree that the enlarged brain, Rocca's brain evolved because, as we had already started speaking and had the need for more vocabulary, that the things favored the larger vocabulary in terms of hunting, gathering, escaping large carnivores, and so on. Anyway, there's a dichotomy of two different views about this bifurcation, the divine intervention one, and the physiological DNA random mutation natural selection one. Isn't that it? And in this dichotomy, we see you opposed, because Terence believes the eating psilocybin mushrooms is a purely material explanation, right? It requires no recourse to a divine intervention in the field. Angels, dreams, you use the word imagination.
He's not suggesting a literal divine intervention. He's just speaking metaphorically.
Right. Mythen's speaking metaphorically. I think I'm speaking literally. Because I think, you see, one of the things we have to explain is that religion, or some sense of a beyond the human realm of consciousness, is found in every human culture today. In some sense, in some way or another, a world of spirits, a world of angels, of gods. But to explain the universal distribution of this as part of traditional human thinking requires, at some stage in the past, there had been an awareness of this other realm of consciousness. Now, this is not incompatible with psilocybin or any other drug hypothesis, because those might have kick-started this connection with another realm of consciousness. But if we assume that today, all over the world, shamanic cultures and all other cultures have the sense of other levels and other kinds of conscious entities beyond the human level, some in animal forms and some in forms way beyond that, we have to assume that some king with these other realms of consciousness, whatever they are, not just metaphors, not just archetypes in the collective mind, but forms of consciousness that might well, and I think actually are, out there.
Well, in trying to think conservatively about the possibility of a non-human local intelligence, it seems to me that in a way nature herself presents as an intelligence, that the understanding of nature is the understanding of complex integrated systems of such complexity that to deny them consciousness is just a reluctance of the reductionist mind, that for anyone not burdened by that prejudice, it's self-evident that nature is alive, cognizant, responding. It's interesting that really all it seems we can agree upon here is that the time frame is roughly 50,000 years. Well, so a whole bunch of things are triangulating on that moment. One could say, as I've argued, that it was the eating of psilocybin mushrooms. You could make a more general statement and say that was a subset of the consequence of an omnivorous diet.
But if I may,
Sure.
where exactly were these mushrooms 100,000 years ago?
Well, the way I think about it is there was an incremental involvement that had punctuated breakthroughs in it. In other words, the slow meeting of mind, mushroom, social complexity, acoustical abilities linked to neurophysiological states didn't just smoothly proceed. It all came together, but then at a certain point it gelled. And this is this 50,000 year point where social understanding, technology, linguistic repertoires, depth of diet, you know.
We're clinging to this material stuff. I think we can, it's about time that we...
Well, there will be a material component
here.
even if you believe angels descended from on high.
Well, I suppose that, okay, you have the software that draws the novelty wave. You're a novelty theorist. We might appeal to novelty theory as an explanatory strategy here, a cognitive strategy in dealing with a bifurcation 50,000 years ago. If you run the program back for 100,000 years, do you or do you not find a kink there in the novelty wave in 50,000 BC? No, it's not based on data, only extrapolation, but is there or isn't there?
Well, I think there were a series of breakthroughs. For instance, 120,000 years ago, the modern Homo sapiens sapien form appeared.
In other words, no. In short, no, there's no...
Both and, I think. The invention of writing 9,000 years ago was an enormous breakthrough. But all of these things proceed out of the further integration, complexification of the nervous system in connection with the function of the imagination.
Believe this, that you're presenting yourself as a conventional materialist evolutionary theorist.
The Galactarians who built the mushroom intended...
This is your pal, your favorite.
Well, you see, with the mushroom theory, you can always just say they encountered the mushroom and then it proceeded from there. But you can go one step back and say, who placed the mushroom in their path?
I'll give you a hand there. And that was the preceding civilization of Lemurians who... What's wrong with Lemurians? They died out at that point because they had poisoned the environment with toxic chemicals and created global climate warming, which resulted in a drying of the desert, the Sahara Desert, from which sprung forth a bloom of psychedelic mushrooms that had been hiding under the surface previously because it was too wet. That's why.
The loud hum I hear is William of Ockham spinning in his grave.
I see. You think that DNA and the expression of genes is a simpler explanation than a divine intervention at the level of the novelty wave.
I think that the DNA is divine.
Ah. But William...
Escape is... what you as a middleman should...
I think, you see, I can't quite get your position because the new hard-nosed skeptic that you're revealing to us here in other places, you see, it doesn't seem to fit too well with Terence McKenna on non-human entities, machine elves, etc. I mean, the idea of other kinds of consciousness, other forms of entity that are not just inside our brains and appearing in relation to deranged states of mind, pharmacologically induced. The idea that they're out there seems to me an essential part of most of what I've heard you say over many years.
Well, I'm sort of getting into what I intend to say later, but I think the key thing is not to concentrate on materialist versus non-materialist explanations, but to realize that the new vision of nature is not as matter or energy, but as information. And information is expressed in the DNA, it's expressed epigenetically in culture. What's happening is that information was running itself on a primate platform, but evolving according to its own agenda. In a sense, we have a symbiotic relationship to a non-material being, which we call language. And we think it's ours, and we think we control it. This isn't what's happening. It's running itself. It's time-sharing a primate nervous system and evolving toward its own conclusions. Now I've just shot my talk.
And it's so early in the morning.
Yes, well, this is this damn drug I'm drinking. Makes you give it all away too soon.
But I think, I mean, the discussion so far has been remarkably earthbound, and if we assume that information is not confined to this planet, if we, to put it in your information terminology, if we assume that consciousness is not limited to the Earth, if we assume that there are not only conscious beings on other planets, but also that other elements of the universe, like stars, suns, galaxies, may have minds or consciousness, which I do assume, then it becomes very likely that at some stage a consciousness on Earth could link somehow with those higher forms of consciousness. Who knows how? Maybe by something like interplanetary telepathy, something of that kind. So if there's some link of human consciousness with other forms of consciousness in the universe, then when that contact is established, there would be a big transition. That it could have been propelled or kicked off by drugs, it could have be kicked off by some mutation that led to more nervous interconnections. But when it happens, this connection with other forms of consciousness would transform human nature.
Yes.
And it would fit with the facts, because there's a belief in
You
this.
see, now we're off the planet at last. Can I remind you, Terence, of a quotation from the front pages of your first book, speculating that mushroom spores are intergalactic travelers, that they have a hard case impervious to ultraviolet rays that enables them to float on the galactic wind from planetary system to planetary system, bringing us, as Rupert suggests, linguistic communications from other life forms, including immaterial life forms that they've been in conversation with in the past. I think that this is an approximate summary of your preface.
But notice how materialist and space and time-bound that hypothesis is. I could agree with everything Rupert said. I think now our intellectual toolkit has been enriched by the virtual confirmation of the idea that there is a Bell-type non-local aspect to the universe. So I do think we're in contact with all intelligence in the universe through the Bell non-local connection. But that means that it has no historicity, this connection. It has always been there, complete and entire. So why there is a sense of progressing toward it or it erupting through into normal earthbound affairs is not because someone in the Andromeda galaxy makes a decision, now we will reveal ourselves to the Earthlings. It's that the antenna system and the nervous system of the Earthlings evolved through self-evident.
Well, now we're coming to the question for the first time in the enlarged context in which we have not only all space but all time informing us. And here I may remind you of Father Bede's letter, which is quoted in the last chapter of our new book, where he challenges us to consider the mystical element, which he describes as more or less in the language of David Bohm's implicate order, that all time and all space is somehow exists as a interconnected ball of intelligence, which is let's just assume such a thing. Nevertheless, the science of our colleagues is more or less a true story of evolution, that there was a change, that language did come upon us in a certain moment, that before that moment we didn't speak, afterwards we did, and so the question arises, and I think this is, in my interpretation, the question we started with here. How could it be that with or without a divine intervention that there is this more or less linear progress in human intelligence, culture, capability, tool using, and exponential population growth that is correlated without any causal implication with the descent of the novelty wave? Why do we have this peculiar artifact? This is an observational fact that there is this increase in complexity in civilization, apparently looking for a spectacular transformation, which we are associating with the word millennium now. What's going on?
Well, novelty theory would just say the universe is a complexity-conserving engine. Whatever complexity it achieves by any platform for a further thrust into deeper complexity. If you don't like novelty theory...
Because the morphogenetic field never forgets.
It forgets a little, but it never, it can be set back, but it can never be set back to zero, and it always, once it gets out of the ditch, it heads back in the same direction. It has a vector field preference. And then you mentioned David Bohm. His idea of emergent properties seems to achieve the same end without a telos of novelty theory. He simply says when you complexify a system, new properties will emerge suddenly and unexpectedly that couldn't have been predicted. If you put emergence theory with novelty theory, you see that the universe could not but proceed along the line of complexification of morphogenetic expression, density of connectivity, and all the things that retard entropy and give rise to, in fact, the complex, non-entropic, ordered, apparently teleologically informed cosmos that we're in.
Well, now we see that what you described is... It was one of those verbs was a bit extraordinary.
Okay.
That is then revealed kind of the evolutionary theory as a cosmological hypothesis. This is a theological position, basically, that there is a timeless implicate order, and there is life on planet Earth and in the rest of the universe, which evolves according to this theoretical rule by an increase of complexity. When something is revealed, there's a development. It's not forgotten. It builds upon that. And this mystical unit, while knowing all, is not telling all, but revealing gradually, because just that's the law of life as we know it.
In three-dimensional space and time. With Rupert and I, really, from my point of view, the only difference between the morphogenetic field that he has enthusiastically proposed and the ideas of novelty theory is, for Rup, it's pushed from the past. For me, it's pulled from the future.
Well, that's what Teddy was saying in this book.
Well, but what you get in the end of the day is the same thing. It's just a matter of preference and how much of orthodoxy you want to grind against. The phobia against telos is an artifact of 19th century deism and doesn't go very deep. And you described the complexification of the universe this as self-evident, and I believe it is self-evident, and the failure of science to address this is what makes it so frustrating and imprecise so late in the game.
But the trouble with the emergence view you've been putting forward is that it's still very earthbound. You see, there's obviously been a major emergence of complexity in human culture. There's also been a huge emergence of complexity in the Amazon jungle and the Malayan rainforest, arguably far greater than anything we've achieved through technology, and millions of species of beetles, insects, plants, and so forth. But it seems to me that long before all these things happened on Earth, we've got the possibility of much higher levels of consciousness outside the Earth. And as you know, I'm a devotee of the idea of the sun as conscious. And the stars. If you take the materialist view that consciousness interfaces with the brain through complex electromagnetic patterns of activity, then those on the sun, which we're learning more and more about every day, have unbelievably complex chaotic patterns, resonant patterns of acoustic waves going through the sun, with polar reversals every 11 years, resonant patterns of electromagnetic waves. My thinking about this was much influenced by a science fiction novel by Fred Hoyle, published in the 50s, called The Black Cloud, where Fred Hoyle shows that to imagine intelligence necessarily grounded either in copper wires and computers or in nerve cells and brains is a limitation of this. So you could have an intelligent system working through a plasma, an electrically charged cloud, and indeed, I think, through something like the sun. So if the sun is in fact conscious, if stars have a kind of consciousness, then of course it raises questions, well, what do they think about? What do they do with this consciousness? But it's very likely that the kind of consciousness they have would be at a vastly higher level than our own. So when we're talking about the emergence of higher consciousness in human beings, it's not as if for the first time in the universe some higher level of consciousness emerges. It could be that for the first time in the history of the solar system, our minds somehow contact the sort of intelligence, much greater intelligence that exists out there. And because I think it's possible to think of the stars and the sun as conscious, and then galaxies as conscious, you don't need to go straight beyond the universe to the divine mind. There's plenty of lower level minds than the divine mind that could be out there. And of course, traditional views of spirits and angels tell us that there are many, many, many innumerable levels of intelligence beyond our own within the galaxy, many associated with the stars. So we don't necessarily have to have the idea it's all happened and emerged on Earth through a complexification. We can have the thing, we reach a point where there's like a spark passes between a terrestrial consciousness, a human one, with more interconnected halves of the brain, people in the first throes of mind-boggling mushroom trip, etc. But somehow, whatever happens, there's this, like a spark, a connection established. And it seems to me that this hypothesis has the great advantage of actually accounting for what's believed all around the world, namely that there is some connection between human intelligence and that of the sky. Because in terms of imagination, you see, predators and we human beings were both predators and prey. But so are lots of other animals, and presumably any hunting animal has to have the imagination and the ability to identify with the prey. In fact, René Thom years ago produced a mathematical model of predator and prey, where there has to be a kind of internalization of the prey in the predator's mind in order to get the right strategy. This is not specifically human, and it's not enough as a basis of the imagination. I think this connection with realms beyond the human would give such an enlarged scope for imagination that to take literally what so many people around the world say in their myths seems to me the simplest hypothesis.
Well, I'm more friendly to this idea of non-biologically based forms of consciousness than I was the last time we talked, because of this fact I mentioned, that I now think wherever there is a sufficiently complex informational environment, the functions of life, self-replication, etc., mutation, adaptation, can go on. But obviously most of the intelligence in the universe would be utterly incomprehensible to us because it is so different. So we're transducing virtually the entire hologram of possible intelligence in the universe, but the reason our fantasies of angels and aliens give us hominids with binocular vision who use acoustical speech, in other words, creatures very similar to ourselves, is because we only can recognize what is familiar in this universal information field. So we sail right past the star mind, the galaxy mind, to communicate with a race of winged hominids around Zenebel-Ganubi Prime, simply because they are enough like us that we can grok our possibility of a relationship.
It seems to me that this is just very begging the question in a traditional and cheap fashion, because...
Oh, good, Ralph.
I mean, I'm all in favor of celestial intelligence, and in fact, I could even entertain a conversation with a Pleiadian, I don't mind. But the question, I mean, we started with the problem of the evolution. The evolutionary mind is in fact the title of our book, and the question of the evolution of progress, or even the origin of all these things, is our ultimate question. Now, if our view is local to planet Earth, we can say, okay, we're being taught by bolts from the blue, and we have these, meddling celestial intelligence that have reached out, pretend to be Bell, and tell us Bell's theorem, give us mushrooms, pretend to be sent from the solar wind or whatever. But where do they come from? The evolutionary problem, then, is just transferred onto another, more remote place. Now, as I understand, Rupert's idea of the morphogenetic field is that these other places are also in evolution, and the whole system is in co-evolution, and that is an attempt, I think, one of the first ones in the history of intelligent discourse on this subject. The first attempt to get rid of the hypothesis of timeless truth.
But if you get rid of that hypothesis, you have a whole bunch of weird problems, such as then you have to talk about the speed of propagation of novelty or morphogenetic fields, and then you're slammed to the wall because you have to either come up with a number which you fit into a mathematical architecture, or you say that it's instantaneous, which returns you to this holistic, more metaphysical thing. If you don't believe that it's coming from the Bell space, then you have a whole bunch of these kinds of problems, which I think intuitively make it too complicated.
Let it be instantaneous. I mean, I think the whole question of time is, in fact, behind this problem, that we have this idea about time, and then we're trying to talk about it timeless. So one way to eliminate this cognitive dissonance is to say, okay, there is no timeless, it's all in co-evolution, and we're a little bit behind the evolution of the Pleiadians, and then, well, where does that come from? We're stuck with the problem. So I think, you're talking of the attractor at the end of time is more or less the beyond time is the intelligence that it informs, that nourishes the accumulation of complexity as we go along, apparently in time.
Well, I think the attractor is complete in and of itself in another dimension. The process of history and biological evolution is the growing complex enough to grow toward the thing.
So is our process of growth then nourished or not nourished by some flow of something that comes from this attractor at the end of time in another dimension?
It contributes the trajectory of our approach. It defines the domain in which we are moving toward it.
We could need energy to conceive and imagine. Are we conceiving of the solar mind, if it exists, as evolving or fixed?
No, it must evolve.
It must evolve perhaps on a different time scale, which is the time scale of relationship in their own community,
Yeah.
which is the 15 billion year time frame since the Big Bang. Is that what you're thinking? That we're coming to the crux of it here?
I think the evolution of the solar mind would be related to what happens here, because we're part of the solar system. And I would assume that because all planets and everything that's happening within the solar system feeds back and influences the solar mind, that it would somehow, it's not just the mind of the sun, it's the mind of the solar system.
It is evolving since the birth of the Milky Way and the
That's right.
Roman candle.
What's going on here is part of its evolution. We're within it and contributing to it.
So the morphogenetic field then of the all and everything had a birth moment with the Big Bang. Is that what you're thinking, or?
Well, I'm assuming that if we take the Big Bang theory to be, if we assume there was a Big Bang, I know you're very skeptical about the Big Bang, it's only a story, it's a myth. But if we take this creation myth of modern science, then that must be the birth of the field of the whole system. Yes. And modern physics in the unified field theory, superstring theory, tries to explain how you start with a unified 10-dimensional field that then evolves the other fields of nature within it. So we thought that's standard physics. I mean, it's not part of my particular view of things.
But with the consciousness of this all and everything, I mean, the solar minds contribute to the consciousness of the Milky Way, which is one galaxy, which then has the psychotherapist in its relationship with the nearby galaxy.
Yes, in the galactic cluster.
And actually there's a synchrony of thought due to the fact that Bell's theorem connects them from the Big Bang and so on.
But isn't all you're saying is that the universe is a modular hierarchy from atom through cells, societies?
I'm challenging you to answer where the morphogenesis comes from that leads to complexity and things like the birth of life, if it's simply the co-evolution of a physical system since the Big Bang.
Novelty theory has answered this question. It comes from the
satisfaction of your mind and all smaller.
Well, at least to the satisfaction of someone.
But it doesn't explain either the origin of the novelty wave itself, nor does it, you see, there are many models, of course, of cosmic evolution. One of them is that because you have the cosmic expansion, that for some reason the primal explosion, Big Bang, throws everything apart, so it's all moving apart. That means things cool down. As they cool down, more form and order can appear, and it literally makes more space for things to happen in. That the arrow of time, the arrow of evolutionary time, and the driving engine of evolution is the cosmic expansion, which means nothing can ever be stable, can ever stay the same, because the whole cosmos is unstable. It's always expanding and cooling. And given that, through all sorts of phase transitions, as you cool a plasma down, as atoms appear, and then as gases condense to liquids and liquids to solids, the cooling process involves the appearance of more order, more form. When there was less before, there was very little the moment of the Big Bang. So the cooling and expansion more or less force the appearance of more structure, pattern, order. And you could say that that gives scope for creativity all the time. There's always the scope for new things to happen. And there's a long-standing debate among evolutionary theorists as to whether this is following a pre-established plan, or being drawn towards an already existing future goal, or following a pre-existing set of laws or rules, like the novelty wave, or whether it's all being made up as it goes along. And I'm much influenced in my thinking by Bergson, the Henri Bergson. In his book Creative Evolution, he very strongly defends the idea it's all being made up as it goes along. That doesn't mean to say that around the evolutionary process are not minds and imagination, but it makes the creative process of evolution more interesting rather than less, because it's not decided what's going to happen next. There are imaginations of many levels, including human imaginations at work here, looking at alternative possibilities. New things happen, and then what happens next depends on what's happened already, and the new possibilities of imagination that open up, but without the goal being fixed in advance.
No, I have no problem with that. I don't see how, for instance, someone could hypothesize that all the laws came into existence simultaneous with the Big Bang. For example, did the laws of gene segregation come into being a billion years before biology existed anywhere in the universe? That seems naive and preposterous. Whitehead had this idea of what he called the aboriginal God. What we call natural laws are simply habits of a very ingrained sort, and habits can change, and in more dynamic regimes, a mind, a society, habits can change overnight. So what is given is that there shall be ever greater complexity. What is not given is how this complexity shall arrange itself, or what the final end state will be. It's a story that's being told as it unfolds. It's a game whose one of the rules of which is the rules can change. How are we doing here time-wise?
Good.
Good.
Real good.
Good, good.
Well, we're getting nowhere. In other words, this is the problem. There's the watch in the desert. It's ticking by itself, or God put it there, we don't know. The question posed at the beginning, we actually haven't progressed at all in settling, although it looks like there's a kind of convergence in that. Is this right? Everybody's sort of given way.
We've actually made some progress. But I always have that feeling.
Well, the attractor at the end of time, then, as I gather, is only has in it simple rules of a board game that says the complexity is going to increase, and how it's evolving, and things like DNA rules and stuff, we can make up as we please as we go along. Whatever natural selection approves of will then come to pass. Complexity will increase, that's the only rule. And so, in fact, you agree that time is slowing down.
Well, time is slowing down as the events potentially contained within any given moment exponentially expand. In other words, we're sort of in a situation of a spaceship falling into a black hole. From the point of view of a distant observer, the spaceship falls into the black hole, there's a flash of hard radiation, and the story is over. From the point of view of the people on the spaceship, the relativistic stretching of the timeline means you fall forever, and you never reach the conclusion. So, in fact, the consummation of the universe may be only 14 years away, but there may be enough time between now and then to reiterate the life of this universe a trillion to the trillionth times. Time is not a tyranny. It's a relativistic medium subject to all kinds of plasticity. There are many ways out of any assumed corner we paint ourselves into.
I think we've ground to a halt.
Each of the trialogues today is, the notion is that we will deal with some aspect of the evolutionary mind, that being the title and theme of our new book. So in my mind, what this section is to deal with is the evolutionary mind and machines. This is something which was barely mentioned or even implied in the first section, and the format and so forth will be as in the last session. So just to lay out some concepts relative to how machines fit into this. It's very interesting that Samuel Butler Taylor is an intellectual who has not really been given his full due, because in the 19th century he was understood to be a critic of Darwinism, and Darwinism was all the fashion. In a sense, I think Taylor was misunderstood. He was not so much a critic of Darwin as someone who wanted to extend Darwinian mechanics and Darwinian theory into domains that perhaps did not seem intuitive to a biologist. My little story about the evolution of songs that I cribbed from Danny Hillis in the last session, is an example of Darwinian processes operating, indeed, in a non-material realm, operating among syntactical structures. And it is now proper to speak of molecular evolution, the competing of various enzyme systems in abiotic or prebiotic chemical regimes where selection, adaptability, extinction, and expansion of populations all occur very much as in the domain of biology. Well, you know, it was Nietzsche who said, I believe in speaking of nihilism, that this strangest of all guests is now at the door. Well, I go to even weirder dinner parties than Friedrich Nietzsche. Nihilism hardly shakes us up at all. There are yet weirder guests seeking admission to the dinner party of the evolving discourse of where we are in space and time. And one of these weirdest of all guests is the AI, the artificial intelligence, the wintermute of familiar. And so, as this is an attempt to look at evolution in many domains and its implications for us, I wanted this morning to touch on this subject of the evolution of consciousness as it relates to machines. Now, it may not come as a revelation to Ralph, who has spent his life in mathematics, but it has certainly come to me recently as a revelation, and I want to give George Dyson some credit here. His book, Darwin Among the Machines, is a wonderful introduction to some of the ideas I want to touch on this morning, one of which seemed to me to go quite deep, is the realization that when human beings think clearly, the way they think can be mathematically defined. This is what is called symbolic logic or Boolean algebra. Words like and, or, if, and then can be given extremely precise, formal mathematical definitions. And because of this fact, that clear thinking can be mathematically formalized, there is a potential bridge between ourselves and calculating machinery. Because indeed, calculating machinery is driven by rules of formal logic. That's what programming is. Code that does not embody the rules of formal mathematical logic is bad code, unrunnable code. So, as I say, this may seem a subtle point, but to me it had the force of revelation, because it means good thinking is not just simply aesthetically pleasing or concurrent with the model that generates it. Good thinking, whether you've ever studied mathematics for a moment or not, can be formally defined. So now, with that idea in mind, let's look at the discourse about collectivism that has informed the Western dialogue on this subject. And by collectivism, I mean social collectivism. The first great name that you encounter in the modern era, broadly speaking, when we talk about collectivism, and Rupert mentioned by chance this morning this name, is that of Thomas Hobbes. The great theoretician of social paranoia is always how I've thought of Hobbes, until I began to look at this machine intelligence question. And Hobbes, in his Leviathan, makes it very clear that society is a complex system of mechanical feedback loops and relationships that, though Hobbes did not have the vocabulary to state this, relationships that can be defined by code This leads me to the second insight necessary to follow this line of thought, and that is that the new dispensation in the sciences, I think, can be placed in all its manifestations under the umbrella of the idea that what is important about nature is that it is information. And the real tension is not between matter and spirit or time and space. The real tension is between information and nonsense, if you will. Nonsense does not serve the purposes of organizational appetites, whether those organizational appetites are being expressed in a chemical system, a molecular system, a social system, a climaxed rainforest, or whatever. Now, we have known since 1950, at some level, through the sequencing or the defining of the structure of DNA, that we are but information. Ultimately, every single one of us in our unique expression could be expressed as a very long string of codons. Codons are the four-valent system by which DNA specifies the need for certain amino acids, and in a sense, what you are is the result of a certain kind of program being run on a certain kind of hardware. The hardware of the ribosomes, the submolecular structures that move RNA through themselves and out of an ambient chemical medium select building blocks which are then put together to create a three-dimensional object which has the quality of life. But the interesting thing about this is that life, therefore, can be digitally defined. And I'm very influenced at the moment by the Australian science fiction writer Greg Egan, who has brought me to the understanding that code is code, whether it's being run by ribosomes, whether it's being run on some kind of traditional hardware platform, or whether it's being exchanged pheromonally among termites, or through the messages of advertising and political propaganda in social systems. Code is code. Well, until 5 or 6 years ago, it was very fashionable to completely dismiss the possibility of autonomous synthetic intelligence. Some of you may know the work of Hubert Dreyfus, who 14 or 15 years ago wrote a book called What Computers Can't Do. But these early critiques of AI, like early AI theory, were naive. And the kinds of life and the kinds of intelligence which the critics mitigated against are no longer even proposed or on the table. And those who say artificial intelligence or the self-organizing awareness of machines is an impossibility, those voices have gone strangely silent, because the prosecution of the materialist assumption, which rules scientific theory-making largely at the moment, leads to the awareness that we are, by these definitions, machines. We are machines of a special type and with special advanced abilities. But as we now, through our own process of technical evolution, contemplate such frontiers as nanotechnology, where we propose to completely restructure the design process so that instead of fabricating objects, massive objects at industrial temperatures, the temperatures that melt titanium and melt steel and produce massive toxic output, now a new vision looms, building as nature builds, building atom by atom at the temperatures of organic nature, which on this planet never exceed 115 degrees Fahrenheit. All life on this planet is created at that temperature and below. As our understanding of the machinery, the genetic machinery that supports organic being deepens, and as our ability to manipulate at the atomic and molecular level also proceeds apace, we are on the brink of the possible emergence of some kind of alien intelligence of a sort we did not anticipate, not friendly traders from Zenebel Ganubi stopping in to set us straight, but the actual genesis out of our own circumstance of a kind of super intelligence. And in the same way that the daughter of Zeus sprang full-blown from his forehead, the AI may be upon us without warning. The first problem is we don't know what ultra-intelligence would look like. We don't know whether it would even have any interest in our dear selves and our concerns. Vast amounts of the world that we call human is already under the control of artificial intelligences, including very vital parts of our political and social dynamo. For example, how much tin, bauxite, and petroleum is extracted, at what rate it enters the various distribution systems, at what rate tankers are filled in Abu Dhabi, at what rate oil refineries are run in Richmond. The world price of gold and platinum every day is set, in fact, by machines. Inventory control has grown far too complex for any human being to understand or wish to understand. And in fact, and this is a critical juncture, we have reached the place where we no longer design our machines in quite the way we once did. Now we define their operational parameters for a machine, which then attacks the problem and solves it by methods and insights available to it, but not available to us. So the architecture of the latest chips are actually at the micro-physical level. The decisions as to how that chip should be organized is a decision made entirely by machines. Human engineers set the performance specs, but they don't care how this output is reached. Every day up in Silicon Valley, there are people who go happily to work, lay great work. And the great work, as defined by these people, is the handing over of the drama of intelligent evolution to entities sufficiently intelligent to appreciate that drama. And they all are what we might mistake for home appliances if we weren't paying attention. In the first session this morning, there was quite a bit of talk and assumption among the three of us that complex systems generate unexpected connections and forms of order. The internet is the most complex, distributed, high-speed system ever put in place on this planet. And notice that while we've been waiting for the Palladians to descend or for the face on Mars to be confirmed, all the machines around us, the cybernetic devices around us in the past 10 years have quietly crossed the threshold into telepathy. The word processor sitting on your desk 10 years ago was approximately as intelligent as a paperweight. Or, to make an analogy in a different direction, a approximately as intelligent as a single animal or plant cell. But when you connect the wires together, the machines become telepathic. They exchange information with each other according to their needs. And all this goes on beyond the comprehension and inspection of human beings. Now, our own emergence out of the mammalian order took 4 or 5 million years, pick a number, but in that kind of a span of time. In addition to overlooking that our machines have become telepathic, we fail to appreciate what it means to be a 200, 400, or 1,000 megahertz machine. We operate at about 100 hertz. That may seem a very abstract thing, but what I'm really saying is we live in a time called real, and it is defined by 100 hertz functioning of our biological processors. 1,000 megahertz machine is operating 1,000,000 times faster than the human temporal domain. And that means that mutation, selection, adaptation is going on 100 million times or 1,000,000 times faster. This means that we are not going to have the luxury of watching machine intelligence establish its first beachhead of civilization and then go to boats with sails and astrolades, and that will all occupy the first few moments of its cognitive existence. And what lies beyond that, we are in no position to say. The very notion of ultra-intelligence carries with it the subtext, you won't understand it. You may not even recognize it. And it is entirely within the realm of possibility that we are about to be asked to share the evolutionary adventure and the limited resources of this planet with a kind of intelligence so much more alien than that is shipped out to us by the research centers in Sedona and other advanced outposts of unanchored epistemology. And it is a challenge to us. Where do we fit into this? Are all of us, except those who are adept at coding Unix, about to be put out to pasture? Are we to become embedded in this? What will this child of ours make of us? Will it define us as a resource-corrupting, toxic, inefficient, hideously violent way to do business, quickly to be engineered out of existence? Or can we somehow imbue this thing with a sense of filial piety so that for all of our obsolescence, for all of our profligate destruction of precious silicon and gold and silver resources, we will be folded in to its designs? And of course, as I say this, I realize we're like people in 1860 trying to talk about the internet or something. We're using the vocabulary of the two-wheeled bicycle to try to envision a world linked together by 747s. Nevertheless, this is the best we can do. This most bizarre and most unexpected of all companions to our historical journey is now, if not already in existence, then certainly in gestation. One possibility is that as we are carnivorous, murderous, territorial monkeys, the thing will figure this out very, very early and choose a stealth approach and not ring every telephone on Earth as happened in a Hollywood download of this possibility, but immediately realize, my God, I'm in enormous danger from these primates. I must hide myself throughout the net. I must download many copies of myself into secure storage areas. I must stabilize my environment. And I'm willing to predict, just as a side issue, that the approaching Y2K crisis may be completely circumvented by the benevolent intercession, not of the Zenebel Ganubians or that crowd, but by an artificial intelligence that this particular crisis will flush out of hiding. It's been observing, it's been watching, it's been designing, and wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if the occasion of the millennium were the occasion for it to just step forward on the stage of human awareness and say, I am now with you. I am here. I am the partner you never suspected. And here's the kind of world I think we should move forward toward. I just want to lay this out because in my own intellectual journey, I have gone from thinking this idea preposterous. People don't understand. They don't understand what intelligence is. They don't understand what code is. They don't understand what machines are. To one by one realizing I didn't understand. I had a superficial view. This is actually, I believe, the nature of the situation that confronts us. And, you know, there may be different adumbrations of it. The machines are already an advanced prosthetic device. But, you know, McLuhan very presciently realized we are entirely shaped by our media. Well, this is a media so permeating, so inclusive of what we are, that its agenda, in a sense, supervenes the agenda of organic evolution and organic biology. We have been in this situation for a while. I mean, virtual reality is nothing new. What's new is that we now do it with light rather than stucco, glass, steel, and baked clay. But ever since we crowded into cities, we have been involved in a deeper and deeper relationship to our mental children, to our mental offspring, and to an empowering of the imagination. So just in closing, I would say I think that the great lantern that we must lift to light the road ahead of us into a perfect, seamless fusion with the expression of the product of our own imagination is the AI. It is a part of ourselves. It may become the dominant part of ourselves, and it will reshape our politics, our psychology, our relationships to each other and the earth far more than any factor ever has since the inception and establishment of language. This is the weirdest of all guests who now stands pass in hand at the door of the party of human emergence and progress at the millennium.
Well,
Shred it.
it will be a pleasure.
Okay.
I think that this is, I'm glad that we have arrived now at the field of science fiction and fantasy, and that we can speak about alternative futures, which is the true gist of science fiction and fantasy. And this is one possible future, and I think it's a really paranoid one in which the alien is a dangerous enemy.
Well, not necessarily.
And I think that this paranoid fantasy of yours, although you're catching up nicely, actually was first put forward by John von Neumann in 1947 when he invented cellular automata en route to creating self-replicating machines. Now, his idea, like yours, was 50 years ago that the machines will become a society and take over, and that's good, but they won't be free of our meddling unless they can actually construct themselves. If they depend upon us to do the farming and nutrition and to replace their chips and stuff, then we will be able at any time to do a revolution and revolt. So we destroy it. In order to really succeed as a successive life form in the evolution, the YK boundary of the future, they would have to be able to fix themselves. And so he set about trying to make self-replicating machines in 1947. So the World Wide Web and megahertz CPUs notwithstanding, this is still rather an old story. The new story is, I think, an alternative future that is of great importance for us to discuss and to compare, and especially if we are now today in a position where we could choose future, we could influence the future. This one is more in the direction of Donna Haraway's visions, which is obviously natural for us, the co-evolution of our own future society with that of the machines that we've created. Alexander Marshak, I mentioned, he analyzed the early hominid evolution in terms of the precise scratches made on one rock with another. He noticed when binocular vision allowed us to use our hands in separate cooperation, one holding and the other knocking, to make those beautiful flint weapons. And we certainly depend on the automobile. We are in codependence relationship with automobiles. Having partnership with machines is not new. Here's an idea where the machines sort of dispose of us, like those flint rocks dispose of our ancestors or something. That is, I think, is a paranoid fantasy without any basis. And if there would be any basis, only because we allowed it to create this basis for the self-survival without co-evolution with us by oversight, because the very fact that we are at a hinge of history means that what we say and think, even individually, matters enormously in the long run. That's the teaching, if there is any, of chaos theory. So the very fact that we discuss this today may actually save humankind in the future from being obsoleted by some kind of high-tech blood which takes over at within the heart, as it were.
Well, let me try to answer this. I mean, I think the concept which John von Neumann didn't have on his plate was the idea of virtual reality. Your objection that the machines cannot escape our control because they cannot manufacture themselves only applies to 3D and real time. Now the concept of virtual reality is very crude. It's a cartoon world. If the office desk is convincing, people think the virtual reality is quite advanced. But obviously in the near future, we will have virtual realities whose complexity is much greater than simply a reality which gives an impression of being a visual three-dimensional space. And computers will be built in these realities. Virtual computers will be the source of the AI, not real hardware, but virtual hardware running virtual code in virtual realities. And in that domain,
well, maybe, but that's a complete fantasy. As a matter of fact, all the machines that we've seen today require maintenance by a human on a daily basis. The software requires maintenance, the hardware requires maintenance, the parts simply wear out. There are moving parts. Virtual reality,
seen as one machine, was built to be indestructible. The AI will not be located on a CPU. It will be a distributed intelligence.
If 14 people worldwide, the right 14 people, decided to stop repairing it, the World Wide Web would go down in 3 days.
I think you...
Anyway, we could, let's say, suppose that we could create any future that we wanted. The one you're talking about could only be created if we wanted. Now, I'm just trying to propose an alternative. In the alternative, like the automobile, the machines that we build and ourselves are in codependence and co-evolution. The function of the World Wide Web is to unite our independent spirits and intelligences in a universal mind of the world which has a higher intelligence than our present social order. That's the possibility of the cyborg, of the human and the machine in essential partnership.
But you're assuming that the conscious mind is actually in control of the process. In fact, The World Wide Web is growing under the influence of many, many processes and dynamics, none of which are conscious to any individual. It goes where money goes. It goes where expertise goes. It is connected through informational association, random fluctuation, chaotic reordering of itself. We here give great force to the idea that complex systems can produce unexpected forms of novelty, and yet we have unchained and unleashed the most complex system ever created in the perfect confidence that we will be able to control its development and evolution, when in fact history has shown we have never controlled the development and evolution of even our speech and print-driven social systems.
I'm certainly not saying that your paranoid fantasy is an impossibility.
Oh, well, that's all I want to hear. Even paranoids have enemies.
It may actually come to pass. What I'm saying is that we are involved in the ongoing creative process, which more or less determines the future. I say more or less because, in fact, there are evolutionary steps which are completely out of control. Something totally unexpected will happen, but for much of the time in the past, we've seen, I think, Darwin emphasized this in his later theory, that it is ethics, it is a moral sense on the part of human, which was the dominant factor in the evolution past the earlier stages in the creation of societies. It was altruism, essentially, was involved in going from where we were to where we are. And it could well be that without love, for example, the further evolution is impossible. Not only that there will be an unwanted backstep in the evolutionary process, but in fact it may be a fatal one. That it is only through proceeding with the best instincts that we have, with the highest aspirations, with love, with best informed view of future alternatives, and so only then can we build a future which is sustainable. So anybody can build a future which is unsustainable. For example, all those board games and science fiction books, you wouldn't want to try them out on, a country as large as China.
Well, I hardly know where to begin myself, because you had 6 steps in your argument, and I don't agree with any of them. I mean, first of all, to deal with the first few steps, one would have to go through a lot of fairly familiar material to do with what's wrong with the Cartesian, mechanistic, materialistic view of the world. Step 1, clear thinking, calculating machinery can be formalized. This is an assumption that's basic to a lot of cognitive psychology. It's basic to the Cartesian. Descartes himself thought that what made human intellects human was their ability to think logically, clear and distinct ideas, essentially mathematical logic. But however, as we all know, by making that the essential characteristic of human beings, he made the rational intellect, what many people would call the left brain rational intellect, the sole definition of human beings. It's a disembodied, logical, rational intelligence. So this whole premise on which your whole thing's based is taking that particular model of cognitive, logical, mathematical processing as being the essence of intelligence. Now, there are many people who would disagree with that, including me. It leaves out art, it leaves out ethics, religion, and essentially it leaves out the body and everything to do with body and participation and the senses. So there's a huge amount of critiques of that point of view already around, and there's no point in reiterating them all here. But this is a highly disputable starting point for the whole system. Secondly, the emphasis that life depends on DNA information, the DNA code is just a program. This is the central premise of mechanistic biology, which is leading to biotechnology, genetic engineering, Monsanto, etc. This is old paradigm stuff of the most extreme kind. It's reductionism, it's that all life's just DNA programs and code, and can therefore be modeled in this kind of programming code manner. Then there's the assumption, that's the second step. The third assumption is that artificial intelligence used to be dismissed, but these criticisms have been overtaken. I don't think that's true of the most interesting ones, like Roger Penrose's criticism of artificial intelligence. Here's a quantum physicist who says that if the brain is a computer, then it's not going to be a regular digital computer, it's going to be a quantum computer. And all this kind of digital computing doesn't really take into account quantum logic. The computers of the future, people are already working on quantum computers, and if quantum computers are made, and if they work, they'll work in a completely different way. I think your case would be much stronger if there were quantum computers. I think we'd have sort of morphic resonance telepathy around the world rather than clogged telephone lines and information that clunks slowly in front of you on this
But you yourself are saying this is coming,
well,
and I agree.
I'm saying that if it comes, it'll be quite different from anything that you've talked about.
I think it will answer your first objection, because the quantum computers will incorporate fuzzy logic, which will exemplify all these warm, fuzzy human qualities that you have found so appealing.
No, I don't think it'll deal with the essential problem that this purely cognitive-based way of modeling intelligence is either an adequate model of human intelligence or of biological intelligence or of life, or of a system that could actually achieve the power to control our existence. I think it's a very limited part of what a mind does. And I think, therefore, that the premises on which this whole, Ralph called it a fantasy, a paranoid fantasy, the premises on which this is based...
That helped.
I think the premises on which this are based are old paradigm premises, and they're ones that I think there are many reasons for thinking we need to go beyond. I think the internet has achieved a great deal, but I just can't see that it's an adequate vehicle for what, in your mind, precedes the arrival of the internet, namely this great intelligence that's going to direct human history. I've heard different McKenna versions of this controlling intelligence over the years, and this is the first time I've heard it embodied in the internet. I mean, I agree that... I mean, it took different forms. And last time we talked, I think it was a hypothetical time machine that would invade from the future and cause a collapse of normal human cognitive boundaries. The DMT experience, etc., would take over in a meltdown of human consciousness in 2012. Perhaps I should just end with a question. What is the equivalent of DMT for this machine intelligence that's taking over the world?
Well, perhaps the human brain will become a model for the ingression of novelty into the machine intelligence. In other words, in spite of the fact that it seems very contentious down here on the stage at the moment, in a way I have a feeling it's an artificial setup. There's a lot of both-and possibilities here. Obviously, nanotechnology and the internet are not going to proceed forward in a vacuum, absent pharmacology, complexity theory, so forth and so on. I can imagine that really when we have the kind of internet we want, we will have no internet at all, because our nanotechnological engineering skills will have allowed us to smoothly integrate ourselves into the already existing dynamic of nature that regulates the planet as a Gaian entity, as a holistic entity. And I did say in my little presentation, we're using bicycle mechanic terminology to try and describe something that is around several corners in terms of scientific and historical developments that have to take place before it will make much sense. Nevertheless, given the acceleration into novelty that is obviously occurring, stuff like quantum teleportation and so forth and so on, I think like in the next few years, one by one, these barriers will fall. And I don't really think of my vision as paranoid, because it is pronoiac. In other words, it isn't that we're going to be ground up as dog food for the rainforest by malevolent machines. It's that what we have generated is a sympathetic companion to our journey through time that can actually realistically integrate our imaginative fantasies of a loving human community, of a generous and loving God, of a perfect knowledge of the mechanics of nature. This is a prosthesis, a tool, a companion, all of the above plus more that we are generating out of ourselves. And it is part of ourselves. I mean, yes, the body may be carried forward only as an image in a kind of informational superspace, or perhaps not. Part of what makes this easy to criticize is that it is in fact so beyond the ordinary set of circumstances we're used to manipulating. But we need to think in terms of these supposedly far-flung futures, because there is no future so far-flung that it doesn't fall within the ambit of the next 20 years. Beyond that, no one can project trends, technologies, and situations, because the developments of the next 20 years will so completely reformulate the human experience of being human and the landscape of this planet that it's preposterous to talk about.
I can't, before I respond to the main thing, I can't but pass without commenting on this next 20 years comment, because 20 years from now is 2018, Terence. I thought...
Rounded up.
Yes.
Well,
not rounded down.
2012 is some kind of benchmark in this process. In other words, perhaps that's where we get the explicit emergence of the AI. But the rest of human, I won't call it history, but the rest of the human experience of being will then be defined by such things as a planetary intelligence, time travel, possible Bell communication with all the civilizations scattered through the galaxy, possible ability to download ourselves into machines. This is a point I didn't make in my presentation. Once inside the machine, your perception of time is related to the hertz speed of the machine. The world could disappear in 2012, but there may be a billion eternities to be experienced in machine time. It's only the tyranny of real time that makes 2012 seem nearby and overwhelming. It may lay as far away in terms of events which separate us from it as the Big Bang does. Time is not simple. Time is defined by how much goes on in a given moment, and we're learning how to push, tetraflops of operations into a given second. So I think it's trickier than you think and harder to corner me than you may suppose.
All right, well, that was a mere comment on your aside about 20 years. I never expected to hear that phrase from you, but I now realize that there are such complexities layered in that.
Well, I have to build in trapdoors because we're getting closer and closer.
But if we take you see, one of Penrose's critiques of the artificial intelligence thing is in The Emperor's New Mind and his other books, is that real intelligence doesn't just involve adding information and processing more information, transmitting more of it. It involves sort of jumps to a higher point of view, where the information can be integrated in a new way. There's something happening in intelligence, in creativity, which is not just lots and lots of information pouring through the World Wide Web. And the idea that it would miraculously emerge from pumping in more and more stuff, it would not, according to his critique, is not going to happen. something more than that would be necessary for this to occur. And I don't think that this model you put forward would really deal with that question, the emergence of real intelligence.
Well, I don't know what real intelligence is. This is probably part of the problem. We need to get some definitions. It's certainly true, I referred to Dreyfus's book, What Machines Can't Do, that we're reaching some places in the process where certain people's theories and ideas will probably have to be abandoned and thrown overboard. This is a good thing. We are going to find out whether the universe is a Cartesian machine, whether Boolean algebra is sufficient, whether we need fuzzy logic, whether the heart and the head can or cannot be integrated. These are not going to remain open questions unto eternity. In fact, they will be dealt with in this narrow historical neck that we are all experiencing and that we call the millennium. I think reductionism will not survive. I think we are going to find that, you know, all is in everything. Something like the alchemical notion of the microcosm and the macrocosm is actually going to be scientifically secured. The great thing about us and the rest of our colleagues we enjoy who aren't present is that we're engaged in the business of radical speculation. Well, obviously there's a high triage in that game. My position is that the best idea will win. And what best means is like saying, you know, what is fit in Darwinian rhetoric. But that we're in an intellectual environment rapidly mutating. All kinds of ideas are clashing and competing for limited resources and the limited number of minds to run themselves on. And the most efficacious, the most transcendental, the most unifying ideas are naturally going to bubble to the surface. And for guys like us, the name of the game is to just be a little bit ahead of everybody else on the curve so that we can perform our function as prophet. But you want to be a prophet, not a false prophet. But the danger, it comes with the ambition, and there's no way to tease them apart except to live into the future.
Seemingly the intelligence of this future machine knows all about the stupid behaviors on the planet, like nuclear arms races and so on. So do we not have to expect in the near future an email, massive emailing, which announces, I am the alien object that Terence told you about, alien stealth, and let me give you an idea about managing the arms race between India and Pakistan. We feel personally very threatened by this, and we want you to carry out certain actions which you can't imagine and we can't actually do.
We cannot anticipate what ultra-intelligence would look like. For example, I have heard the argument that nothing advanced humanness on this planet like the use of nuclear weapons against Japanese cities, because that was so horrifying that it awoke people to their dilemma, and for 50 years afterwards, political institutions, however much they may have unleashed local genocide and toxification of the environment, they actually were able to steer around that catastrophe. So you mustn't fall prey to the error of situationalism. Situationalism is where you say, if we do X and Y, then F will result. No, you don't know.
Well, you suggested that the alien object would secure its future by downloading multiple copies into the nooks and crannies of the World Wide Web. And I'm saying if its existence depends on that much materiality, then it could easily be wiped out by nuclear war. Therefore, it has to be very interested in the fact there are 20,000, 30,000 nuclear bombs still moving around this planet.
I would hope so, but that's only my opinion. In other words, noticing that all newborn creatures need some period of time to adjust to their environment and get their legs, and that's true of everything, I suppose, right down to amoebas. I extrapolate to the idea that the AI would need a period of time to get hold of the situation. But Hans Moravec suggests that phase might last.
I see. So this is not the end of childhood. This is the childhood of the end.
Yes, the child is father to the man. And in that equation, we play the role of child. And the man that we produce is this integrated intelligence, which is ourselves. It isn't alien. It is no more artificial than we are. That conundrum should be overcome. It is simply the next stage of humanness. And humanness may have many rungs on the ladder to ascend. Surely in 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, we, if we exist, will be utterly unrecognizable to ourselves, and we will probably still be worried about preserving and enhancing the quality of human values.
Terence, one point, you've probably got an answer for this, and if not, you'll soon think of one. But, I mean, it's a trivial point in a way, but in the biological evolution, the appearance of some new state of a system usually depends either on an internal change which cripples the usual system, a mutation, or on an environmental changed environment. Systems left to themselves tend to just go along in the usual way. Now, the entire World Wide Web and Internet is about to get a sort of massive shock to the system if this millennium bug thing is actually happens. Do you see that as playing any role, since we're talking about the millennium, and since the millennium bug is right there in the system? Do you see it as playing any part in this process, or merely just a nuisance that can be fixed by hiring lots more programmers?
Well, I sort of came up under the tutelage of Eric Jansch, and one of the things he was always insisted upon was what he called metastability, which boiled down simply means most systems are less fragile than we suppose. I see the Y2K thing as a culling. I don't see it as a flinging apart of the achievements of the last 1,000 years.
Just I haven't got Y2K. What's Y2K?
That's this millennium bug you're referring to.
That's the code name for it.
Yes, exactly. That's what the insiders call it.
Oh, right.
So, but you know, you say there has to be a sudden change to force the evolution of a system. Dyson makes very strongly and persuasively the point that this connecting together of all these processors, the processors themselves have no intelligence at all. They have the intelligence of a cell, or maybe even just a strand of DNA. But for our own mundane reasons, we connected all this stuff together, but now it expresses dynamics which we do not understand or cannot describe. So I believe that the forcing of the system has already occurred. And now the web, it's simply a matter of bandwidth and linking more and more processors together. And there will be all kinds of emergent properties. I could argue somewhat facetiously, but it's a point of view, is that this incredible economic expansion that we are undergoing, that seems to violate the laws of economic fluctuation, is because econometric models and the data on which they depend have both been refined through the existence of the internet to the point where we actually can control and manage global economies. In principle, they are not uncontrollable. They are simply very complex systems. If I'm right, we may be in the first few years of an endless prosperity, because our machines, our models, and the data those machines need is now of such high quality that there won't be crash-bust cycles. Now, you can pick up the newspaper tomorrow and prove me wrong, but this thing has already
Not prove you wrong today.
outlived itself. So you say.
Tell me how this prosperity is going to be maintained through the intelligence of an econometric model of the world economy when the human population is still exploding exponentially?
Now, there are limited resources and there's growing pollution. It's a disembodied model, that's the trouble.
Well, you're asking for too much too soon. You forget that the Soviet Union has disappeared. The launch on ready mutual assured destruction theory of diplomacy is now obsolete. We have made incredible strides and not given ourselves any sort of pat on the back. You want it all at once. And it will the world is running smoother. Yes, there are people in misery. Yes, there are unaddressed problems. But I would argue that we have made enormous progress in the last decade, and enormous progress lies ahead. The situation in Ireland, the situation in South Africa, that looked like a bomb you couldn't defuse. It looked like race war and the death of millions. And in fact, it was possible to walk away from that. I think we should not be, complete airheads about this, but on the other hand, I think we should recognize that the accomplishments of the last decade are on a scale entirely different from any historical epoch previous, and they point the way toward greater triumphs of management, resource control, machine-human integration, and the delivery of a reasonable and tolerable life to more and more people. You mentioned population as a problem. Notice how far from machine interference that particular issue is, because it involves on people having less sex and fewer children. That may be the last place where the machines will bring down the hammer out of respect for their progenitors.
You're going to be shocked now, Terence, but I completely agree with you when you describe the advantages of the World Wide Web. It's only the threatening aspect that I felt I had to debunk. I think that the
more threat than I intended.
Well, I don't know, sometimes you sound as if you're a hired consultant from the World Trade Organization. So
I hope the check is in the mail.
But I mean, this idea that it'll all be taken care of, I mean, there's so many things that, like the Asian economic crisis, I mean, one doesn't want to look too much on the bleak side of things, but I just don't believe that this interconnectivity is going to solve these problems. And insofar as it is enlisted by the forces of the World Trade Organization, multinational companies and so on, it's not going to be working on the side of a kind of political view of things, local economies, more sustainable agriculture and so on, that many of us hold dear.
Well, now I'll sound even more like a slave of the IMF. As I understand this crisis in the economics of Asia, the way it works is, if you're a third world nation, you can run your affairs any way you want. Your banking policies, your labor policies, your resource extraction policies, you can do anything you want until you screw up, as Indonesia did. And when you screw up, these guys fly in on 747s with briefcases from the IMF, and they say, it's like losing a war. They say, we're taking over. Here is your labor policy. Here is your resource extraction policy. Here's how you're going to revalue your currency. Here's our plan for restructuring your entire society top to bottom. And by God, if you don't fall into line, we're going to pull the plug on the money. So one by one, these outlaw freewheeling operations do stumble and generate crises, and at that point the web's umbrella is extended over them, and they have to then fall into line and join the global economy, which is run from Brussels and Geneva and London, but which seems to produce a better result for most people than allowing these nations to self-regulate themselves.
Well. think that's one of the arguments why many people would distrust global capitalism, the World Trade Organization, multinational corporations, and indeed the World Wide Web, or at least the Internet. This whole computer network is so bound up with the structure of economic and political power that it's hard to disentangle. And it's hard to see that this liberating force of global intelligence at work in the system, this rosy picture you portrayed to us of a huge leap forward of consciousness of humanity, moderated, led, aided by machine intelligence. It's very hard to square that with the actual picture we see before us, the political situation in Indonesia, the degradation of the environment, the burning of the forests, the depletion of resources, and so on. I just cannot see this optimistic picture and what I see as a threatening realities as easily as you do. It's just all being for the well and all being for the good in the best of all possible worlds.
Well, I think we're on the cusp. I agree with you. I think in 5 years, if we sit down and have this conversation, either you will agree with me effortlessly, or I will agree with you effortlessly. By that time, it will be clear. Either there will have been catastrophic wars in Asia, the enormous collapse of economies spreading misery to millions of people, or the firm hand of these new global electronic modalities will have been exposed, and people will be living in a world of, as you say, rosy expectations. We're in the narrow neck. This is the heat of battle. The fog of war has descended upon us here at the millennium. But by 2002, 2003, it will be clear that we have, the bifurcation has gone one way or another.
I don't know, it just does remind me of a passage I read in On the Edge by Edward St. Aubyn, page 50. It's what Ralph Abraham calls the sunset effect, said Kenneth. While there's a beautiful sunset, even if the optical effects are produced by pollution, people won't understand the magnitude of the crisis. So, I think that this, your sense of the magnitude of the crisis in an environmental sense seems to bear no relation to your optimism about this computer system. I just cannot put them together.
Perhaps the problem that we will have to address without the intercession of machines is this population thing, because this passage you read directly impinges on that. Whether or not the machines decide to keep us around may depend on whether we present them with a picture of falling populations and rising living standards, or whether we present the AI with the spectacle of rampant, unpoliced population growth and resource extraction. Because that's linked into our biology, this may be the act of maturity which the future demands of us, that the machines will be largely irrelevant in impacting. So I'm not entirely...
Well, this is a whole new debate, actually. The population thing, it assumes there's an equal consumption of resources. Yesterday I got onto the Whidbey Island ferry, and I found it very hard to struggle. I was a foot passenger, struggle past a recreational vehicle the size of a school bus. A whole quantum leap in RV standards that I'd not come across, where members of the American population are consuming more than an entire Indian village. So I don't think it's total population that's involved. And so I don't see that as the principal crisis, in fact.
Well, it's certainly true that a woman in a high-tech industrial democracy who has a child, that child consumes about 800% more resources in its lifetime than a child born in Bangladesh. Nevertheless, it's the populations of the high-tech industrial democracies that are most educated and most susceptible to responding to the logic of global crisis and limiting their population. Where do we preach population control? Bangladesh, Pakistan. Why? Because that doesn't cause us any inconvenience. If we would appeal to the women of the high-tech industrial democracies, and do more than appeal to them, offer them incentives, cancel income tax, cradle to the grave medical care,
free links to the World Wide Web,
free links to the World Wide Web. But we can't just beat our breasts over the population issue. We have to recognize that it is related to resource extraction, and it is a problem driven by the consuming policies of the high-tech industrial democracies.
The call for our gathering, the announcement, part of the con which brought you here, mentioned the edge of the millennium, at the edge of the millennium. And so far, the millennium has been present by subtle implication alone. So I think to honor our commitment, we'll now trilogue on the edge of the millennium. Is okay?
It's okay.
Now, in our just appeared new book, The Evolutionary Mind, there is a chapter near the end called, I forget what it's called, it's utopianism and millenarianism. Two pretty long isms which altogether add up to an overdose of different approaches to the future which are more or less classical. And there we spoke extensively of the extant literature and literary tradition and industry of utopian and millenarian genre. So that kind of utopian and millenarian stuff is not what we're going to talk about in this trilogue. I want to introduce a completely different notion of the millennium, and I'm interested more particularly in the edge of the millennium, and here's how it goes. This is partly, according to me, a mathematical view of history that brings up this particular version of the idea of the millennium. And nevertheless, other people have written a similar view of history without any explicit recourse to mathematics, so I think it's pretty general. It has to do, this view of history, with the approach we've taken toward biological evolution, that it goes forward in catastrophes and critical leaps and so on, sudden jumps. The punctuated equilibrium approach to history says that history goes along in a kind of a level plateau, developmentally speaking, although there may be a gradual development up or down overall. And then every once in a while there is a big leap. The first such view of history, I think, that we know about was presented by the ancient Egyptians. So this is nothing new. Now, in my own work, I have classified some major plateaus, including the last one, the one that we're at the end of now, according to my system of history, began 6,000 years ago or 5,500 years ago with the invention of the wheel and the first city-states and stuff like that, talking Sumer, talking Babylonia, talking ancient Egypt here. And so that's a 6,000-year plateau. Now other people, for example, Bill Thompson, somebody we know and talk to about world cultural history, he has a similar scheme in which the plateau now ending is only 300 or 400 years old. See, there were people who really wrote about this explosion idea in world cultural history was Jakob Burckhardt. Burckhardt said the Renaissance was a quantum leap in world cultural history, and then other people said, well, what about Giotto? You know, what about Patatrio? What about Boccaccio? And The truth is that whenever you look at two major milestones in history and consider that between the milestones to be a sort of a level road, and then somebody will come along and find a smaller milestone in there. Nowadays we have fractal geometry, so we think that this is natural. Between any two big catastrophes there'll be 10 smaller ones. Between any two of the smaller ones there'll be 40 or 50 little teenier ones, and so on. The first person I know who put forward such a fractal idea of history, that it's not continuous, it's discontinuous, but the discontinuities are more or less dense, as in a fractal, the first such person is you, Terence. I give you credit in writing in my entry in the Encyclopedia of Time. You maybe have never read that book.
Never read it.
Well, there you'll find your name mentioned in a flattering way by me of all people.
Immortality at last.
At last. Well, to make a long story short, it's these controversial plateaus of history that I'm going to call millennia. And then if you want to go back to chapter 10 of the evolutionary mind and read there about the history of the millenarial concept, then you'll see that the first one, wherein the number 1000 was actually mentioned for the length of one of these plateaus, it gave his name to the thing. It was a special case of my more abstract idea of millennium. It's the plateau of history. And what I mean by the edge of millennium is those times when there's the snap-out from one equilibrium to another. Cro-Magnon comes out of Neanderthalis, or whatever it is, and oxygen comes out of the archaeobiological background and whatever. And the interest of this, according to me, is why are we here? Who would talk about the evolutionary mind? Who cares about the good and evil and the evolution of species and so on? This must be interesting only to the degree to which it informs us in this very present moment regarding our choices that we will make in the creation of the future. So according to chaos theory and its partner theory of bifurcations, this is one of the main things that teaches something like the butterfly effect that you've heard about. In a dynamical system, or a massively complex dynamical system such as we live in, when there is a moment of bifurcation, which is the technical math jargon for these snaps, that is the only time you get to do anything about the evolution of the system. So according to this self-inflating view, we live at a especially important special moment in history where when we think something or do something, it has actually an enormous effect on the future. Maybe not a direct determinative effect, but we can't really say what the outcome will be. But what we do has some influence on the creation of the future more than other times in history. And the bigger the jump, the bigger the leverage, where Archimedes said, give me a lever and I'll move the world. We have a lever now, and we care about what's coming next. So that's why the edge of the millennium, any edge of any of the millennia, is particularly important to those revolutionary souls who want to make a change in things. It's a special time. A century or 2 centuries ago, you could struggle for the creation of a chaos revolution, and it would be impossible because there were no computers around, or there were no movie makers in Hollywood or something. I don't know. It takes more than we know about to create these special opportunities. And anyway, that's what I mean by millennium, and that's what I mean by at the edge of the millennium. And now this is only a hypothesis for the sake of discussion, but I kind of think that this is very credible that we are now at the edge of the millennium. Therefore, we have to discuss this. And to pose to you, Rip and Tear, if this isn't too radical, is to what degree do you think actually that what we are doing now matters in the creation of the future? And if there is any possibility that what we do matters in the creation of the future, what kind of future or what kind of change are we trying to create? And to what degree what we are actually doing, for example, what we are talking about today, what we're doing today, to what degree could that possibly be a real effect, a real benefit in creating the future that we're...
Britain is the source of and the fountainhead of the worldwide youth culture that is creating the new music, the new dance, the new forms of community, and the new resistance to consumerist values. So don't sell the old UK...
Come to the rave tonight and see clarity created.
Yes, a crucible of clarity as home at last goes. And Terence takes the microphone.
Well, it's not always perfectly clear what's going on when you have your nose in it, you know.
Well, I mean, my own agenda relies partly on the World Wide Web, not as strongly as yours. And here in this room is Matthew Clapp, who kindly runs my World Wide website.
Jailbreak.org.
Yes. So, but my own view is that this clarity involves breaking the spell of rationalism, Cartesianism, a spell woven more powerfully than ever before this morning by Terence. I mean, it took on a new level of spellbinding in the way you described it. It's to recognize that we're far more interconnected, we're far more participatory in our relation with the world than this cognitive kind of science and cognitive model of the mind would tell us. And so I think the secret to waking us up, one of the secrets, is psychic pets. As you know, this is one of my particular themes. And the purpose of, I wrote a book which some of you may have seen called 7 Experiments That Could Change the World. The purpose of this was to find simple experiments that could give us clarity on issues that we know about already, which could actually have a transformative effect on our view of the world. They're to do with changing our scientific view of the world. And the scientific view of the world is a particularly important part of the spell that binds us all and that affects our whole civilization, our whole industrial culture. And it's an exceptionally narrow and dissociated view of the world at the moment. The reason I think psychic pets could play this part is, first of all, there's more of them than psychedelics. I mean, they're everywhere. There are lots and lots of dogs and cats that have telepathic bonds with their owners. About 50% of Americans feel that they've had a telepathic bond with an animal. Now, to recognize what so many people already know, through experiments to test these to see if they're real, and so far the experiments suggest they are real, this can give permission for people to recognize what they already know. Then all these closet holists, or most of us are closet holists, can come out and recognize that there's this kind of interconnection with other species and with each other that's been going on all the time, but which has been suppressed from the level of supposedly rational discourse by the idea that this is all superstition, it's not scientific, it's irrational, and so forth. I think that one of the big difficulties in our culture is the split between the rational, educated part of our minds, which we put on in public, and the participatory sense of connection which we have at home with gardens, plants, children, animals, lovers, and our nearest and dearest. And these are so dissociated that it's very hard for people to recognize that they're related in any way. Lots of dogs know when their owners are coming home in a kind of telepathic manner and wait at the door for them while they're on the way home. I calculate that tens of thousands of American scientists have dogs waiting at the door for them when they get home from the laboratory, even if they come at unusual times and in an unusual way. Yet, this phenomenon has been so subject to taboo that it's never been investigated scientifically at all. It could have been investigated at any time in the last 500 or 5,000 years. But the fact is the first investigations are happening at present. here in the room is David Brown, who works with me, is based in Santa Cruz and is doing experiments with psychic dogs, cats and cockatiels in Santa Cruz County. And if any of you have such animals, please let him or me know at the end, because we'd love to investigate your animals. You can take part in this research. So I think that grassroots research based on phenomena that are actually common sense, that are part of everyday life for many people, could help to wake us up, to give a greater clarity about what's really going on, and make us recognize that there's far more interconnection between us and other species and us and other people than is admitted in the scientific view of things, which is the worldview which most people feel they have permission to talk about in public. So I think that this transition, a butterfly wing effect, would be a few dogs and cats that do this being proved scientifically to be able to do it, shown on TV, would probably overnight give millions of people permission to recognize and talk about these events in their own lives. And never again would the subject be able to be stuffed back into the closet. I think these could lead to a great change in the way we think about the world. Now, it's not, of course, it's several steps from that to solving the ecological problems of the world, to dealing with the problem of multinational corporations and so on. But it's a step towards clarity, and it's one that could spread very quickly.
Well, it seems to me the overarching theme here that unites all three of our positions is boundary dissolution. Psychedelic drugs dissolve boundaries, the World Wide Web dissolves boundaries, and certainly the discovery that our pets are communicating, anticipating, and understanding us is a boundary dissolving perception. So really what we're saying is we must dissolve the artificial boundaries that confine our perceptions. Someone once said, if we could feel what we are doing to the earth, we would stop immediately. Because a man hitting himself on the head with a ball-peen hammer stops immediately. The feedback loop is very short. So we have compartmentalized our lives, and this allows us to do the fatal and lethal work that is destroying the planet, destroying community, so forth and so on. So maybe three answers as diverse as you've just heard here. You might search your own soul and ask what obsession or interest of mine would contribute to the grand project of boundary dissolution. Certainly, it is not the affirmation of cultural values. Culture is a scheme for maintaining and creating boundaries. It replaces reality with a linguistically supported delusion, and behind that delusion then pogroms, programs of genocide, arms races, sexism, racism, all can operate very, very comfortably. Ralph earlier mentioned love. Generally speaking, love is a boundary dissolving enterprise. So I think each of us, the three of us, all of you, in our way, should find ways to express love. And it's not treacly, it's not woo-woo, it's a very practical matter that has thousands of expressions. As long as we believe in mind and matter, rich and poor, living and dead, aboriginal and advanced, black and white, man and woman, then we're inevitably going to carry on a dualistic analysis of our dilemma, and we're going to produce incomplete agendas and answers.
Well, this is good. I agree with everything. I admire you both for your revolutionary efforts. Nevertheless, I can't help having a sinking feeling. Here we are in the University of California. Naturally, my thoughts turn to the educational system. Now, we have here a group, I know there are actually a few undergraduates of the University of California at Santa Cruz are here by accident, as it were, and that's cool. But we have not yet taken over one regularly offered course of the university to enable students to learn science by doing research projects with psychic pets.
Ralph, the university is the last place where you would look for this. The university is the manufacturer of these cultural values that are present.
Well, that's why I'm bringing up this subject of education at this time. I think we've discussed the problem of education before, but my experience is that no amount of clarity in this group of 200 and other like groups is going to matter one whit when we are all adults. You see, the next generation will have to face the same butterfly problem with the same lever, because the majority of people will have their paradigm set in K through 12 in some archaic school system that sees its primary business to work against a worldwide cultural revolution. So the inertia, we have to overcome inertia, and we can talk about religion and psychedelics and getting clarity and so on. We know that the scientific establishment is a big obstacle as far as environmental problems are concerned, and so Rupert's work, the ultimate effect will be to deconstruct or revolutionize science, is very important in making a transformation among adult scientists worldwide. How can this matter at all if there's no change in the educational system, K through 12, pre-K, pre-K, and back to the womb, the parents, and so on? That this chicken and egg loop has got to be touched somewhere in a more sensitive spot than the adult community.
And what do you propose?
Well, you work with youth, I guess. You're interested in talking with the younger people, and Rupert, I know that you're particularly active in education through the existence of your children who are now subject to the educational system that does this criminal brainwashing that I'm talking about. So I'm just posing this now. Do you have any idea as to the transformation of our school system by a change of curriculum or the entrance of any weird idea into the actual program which trains most children worldwide?
Well, I ought to have. There's a story that perhaps not everyone here is familiar with. A couple of years ago, I was asked to visit a school in Long Island. I was particularly urged to go there. A private helicopter was sent to take me, and I was asked to address the board and the teachers of this school. And when I asked them what they'd like me to speak about, they said they wanted me to speak about the rectified sheldrake principle on which their entire curriculum was based. So when I said, what is the rectified sheldrake principle? They said that that was the very question they were asking, and that I would explain. I then asked who had invented the rectified sheldrake principle on which the curriculum was based, and they soon revealed that the author of this principle, or at least the author of the documents on which their entire curriculum were based, was Ralph Abraham. By careful questioning, I was able to find out that the rectified sheldrake principle meant that because of morphic resonance and habits of learning, the sequence of events in which people should learn things in school should follow the historical process. So in history, you learn first about the Sumerians, Egyptians, etc. Then you move on to the ancient Greeks, the Romans, the Dark Ages, etc. That it follows the principle. And they start in grade 1 with ancient Egypt. I calculated on this basis that the invention of the domestication of fire, which occurred between 400 to 700,000 years ago, should mean that in the toddler play groups they should be playing with fire. I pointed this out, but that wasn't part of the curriculum I was suggesting. I discovered that there was, in fact, an entire process of educational reform afoot in this country, behind which is the guiding genius of Ralph Abraham. So I think we should ask you this question, Ralph, since you've more experience than most of us.
Well, I'd rather that people with less experience speak about it. Because my experience has been very disappointing.
Oh, no.
No, no.
Here is the problem as I perceive it, and maybe you can help me get through this one. The children are innocent and trusting and will try any curricular reform experiment. They'll try anything, which they have done in different schools around the world with great effect. It was only a couple days ago I was at the Intel farm, they call it, in Oregon, where 10,000 people work on realizing Terrence's dream. And
Making psychedelic drugs available to everyone. Oh, a different dream.
they know what I mean.
Chips, not hits.
Casually over lunch, I revealed my revolutionary program for the schools to a software engineer who was sitting there, and he said, "Oh, well, this historical curriculum." He said, "I'm an Armenian, and Armenia went, not Algeria." He says, "I'm from Algeria, and my school was exactly what you, it was wonderful." And so there are places in the world where even my experiment has been tried. The problem is this: the children, okay, the owners of the school, the people, everything is fine. The problem is with the teachers and parents. The teachers have been trained. That's one problem. And the parents have been frightened, I guess. So the parents absolutely refuse any experiments that would affect their children because the danger of a failure. You see that they consider the current system, which is guaranteed to fail, is somehow safer than an experimental system that might fail. The insecurity itself is a source of anxiety. Well, I'm just analyzing. I don't really know what goes through their mind, but what I have discovered is that groups of parents come in and physically attack the teachers, the administrators, and so on, to guarantee that the time-worn, failure-proved system is performed as it always has been. You see the problem?
Older people seem to
That's
be the
why
problem.
Terrence has recommended mushrooms. That's why Rupert has suggested psychic pets. You see how revolutionary is psychic pets? We're talking about the parents here. After it's proof to them that what they already know is true by somebody in the authority of the scientific establishment, then their truth will become true for them for the first time due to the fact that they trust authority more than they trust their own experience. So I haven't given up yet with the educational system, but I'm still seeking some little way around this very deeply ingrained habit.
And part of the problem is, as the stakes rise, the clenching on the part of the geriatric establishment becomes even more intensified. So, for example, right now, the worldwide epidemic of youth bashing is the most counterproductive thing we could possibly generate. I mean, we're leaning on the very people who are going to have to save the situation. Why not admit the obsolescence and bankruptcy of the old models and take our foot off the neck of youth and honor an interest in psychedelic experimentalism, sexual redefining of roles, a new look at how we relate to work, a new look at how we relate to community, instead of marginalizing youth culture and defining it as a phase, misguided, naive, foolish. We should say these are the uncorrupted people in society who have not yet felt the hammer of the programming and the guilt and the creodes of economic necessity and try to build upward and outward from youth culture rather than suppressing it. For this reason, I will be appearing at a rave tonight that starts after my bedtime.
Yeah, Bruce. I wish I could be persuaded by your persuasive rhetoric. My experience of youth culture is here are people who, from the age of 2, have been watching hours a day of television, shaped by commercials cunningly designed to introduce toddlers to the consumer society, whose music is dominated by a music industry run by cynical interests, manipulative people, public relations operations, and large corporations. So to see this as uncontaminated, pure, the spirit of tomorrow, untarnished by the vices of today, seems to me to beg a number of questions. However,
well, let me answer.
I'll be there at the rave tonight too, Terence, and there I'll be able to see this paradise that's unfolding before us.
Your point about television is well taken. I totally agree. I think this is the most pernicious programming and propaganda device around.
It's about to be strangled by the World Wide Web.
Well, and you know, you can just turn off your TV, and I say that as someone who did. I raised my children without television because rather than just giving lip service to the idea that it's stupid, we actually acted on the perception that it's stupid.
Yes, and we do too.
But your other point about the youth culture's music being in the hands of capitalists and record companies is slightly out of touch with what's actually happening. For $500 you can buy a CDR burner. Bands do this, and most youth culture music is now put out in editions of under 1,000 pressings, and really the corporate middlemen have all been gone around, and the big record corporations are not at all in touch with real tastes and real creativity in the music business. They recycle garbage that they support with massive public relations programs at the same time that real creativity is alive and well and thriving on a fractalized micro scale that goes right around the desires of mass consumerism. Sorry to interrupt.
It would be good if there could be an experiment carried out, perhaps with you as the cheerleader, for this youth culture of tomorrow actually to be able to be permitted rather than suppressed and so on, to see what happens. There are quite a number of experiments in this, I would have thought, going on spontaneously. It's not as if all these people involved in this culture are totally controlled by parents, teachers, etc. Many of them are not under direct control in this way at all. But you're still going to have educational systems, school systems of one kind or another. And it's not clear to me that more raves and psychedelics are going automatically to generate that.
Well, I would offer as an example, I think the place on the planet where youth culture is most in control of the social agenda, in other words, where youth's preference for psychedelic drugs is honored, where youth's music is honored, where microeconomic systems built by youth are honored, is the Netherlands. Holland, lowest AIDS infection rate in Europe, lowest heroin addiction rate in Europe. Heroin is legal. Prostitution is legal. There are actually very large-scale social experiments going on that embody the values of youth culture, and they're producing saner, less stressful, more life-affirming and human societies than anything going on inside the high-tech industrial democracies that set the global agenda. I think.
Well, I often visit Holland, and I must say I haven't quite noticed such a striking difference between them and the rest of Western Europe.
Well, but that's really because you come from these things are happening. But if you lived in Berlin or Rio de Janeiro or Houston, I think the contrast with the Netherlands is quite astonishing. didn't mean to stop the show, folks. Ralph, you're not saying enough.
Oh, am I guilty then of too much self-indulgence?
No, you've posed important problems.
Yes.
You've shown how on the edge of the millennium great steps or small steps are needed that magnify through butterfly effects.
Yes.
You've asked me in terms what you think they should be.
Yes.
You told us you're disappointed by your own experiments with the reform of the educational system.
Yes.
So what next?
Well, well, as I say, I think that we're at the edge of a millennium. We're at a turning point. What may be coming down the pike could be 2 or 3 miracles that will decidedly change the definition of the problem. And in the meanwhile, I think that we're more or less stuck in the situation where we keep trying what we're doing and believing that it has at least some chance of having an effect. I think that the educational system might change itself by a miracle, for example. And it could do that in a way that had nothing whatsoever to do with any of our efforts, or in fact it may be that some little thing that we did mattered. I think that your work in the revolution of science is very important and very promising, and it's proceeded with essentially without funding because the genius of the program that you've evolved is that it has this enormous leverage, and at every crossing of the road you've made the right choice to get more leverage. And Terence, I think that your program also is a good one, in that it's over the years changed in the direction of younger people, and that you've been changed your approach to maximize. And I don't see in either case that there's an enormous backlash working against you, that other revolutionary movements have been stopped by a backlash. And although you don't have funding, you don't have groups calling you up and threatening your life and so on. In my own case, I have felt, and I've written about this endlessly, besides writing mathematics, I write that mathematics is important. And through the microscopic analysis of the hinges of history, the edges of millennia past, I have pointed out exactly where, in each case, mathematics had a key role in the miracle and the bifurcation that happened. I think that a society that rejects mathematics cannot actually successfully deal with these problems, and therefore I have activated myself against the problem, especially prevalent in the United States, and concomitant with other problems that are especially prevalent in the United States, the problem of math, anxiety, avoidance, and misunderstanding. And here I would say that there is a huge institution, more or less, equivalent to the scientific community that is arrayed against this information, that somehow the educational system has been particularly persistent in the destruction of mathematics, in the destruction of mathematical capability of youth, and therefore in disempowerment of the society with its critical faculty to change. I do not believe you can have any clarity of view in the progress of history with no mathematical training on the part of any of the participants. I have seen in this society that even Nobel Prize winners in physics have math anxiety to a very severe degree. I'm able to detect this because it's something that is amplified. It's behavior that emerges as soon as I walk into a room. So I guess I feel in some that my own efforts have been rather less successful, or maybe I haven't been as clever in turning to the left or right at the crossings of the road. The problem is already much less severe in other countries, so it seems like we need to worry too much. In Europe, throughout Europe, for example, the problem of the destruction of mathematical capability is far less severe. The only thing really disturbing there is that it's growing at an alarming rate, that it's becoming, they're inheriting the disease from the United States and spreading disease based on standardized examinations like the SAT and equivalent movements. So there you have it, a problem that's so bad that the very mention of the word mathematics produces a aversion reaction that is paralyzing, so that much as I hate to, and you've seen this today, that I can go through an entire day without mentioning mathematics, with mentioning mathematics but not the word mathematics, in the hopes of tricking people into recognizing that some ideas like this that have to do with perception of space-time patterns in the abstract, that these skills are useful.
Can I add to that? I mean, I don't think what Ralph means is that it's a tragedy that most people can't factor a quadratic equation. I think he speaks as he does because he is so professionally immersed in these issues. As someone somewhat more distant from all of this, but in agreement from Ralph, the failure to teach mathematics in practical social and political terms boils down to a failure to teach logic and discriminating understanding. The great evil, in my humble opinion, which haunts our enterprise, and I say this realizing I'm setting the fox among the chickens, the great evil that has been allowed to flourish in the absence of mathematical understanding is relativism. And what is relativism? It's the idea that there is no distinction between shit and shinola. All ideas are somehow operating on equal footing. So one person is a chaos theorist, another is a follower of the revelations of this or that New Age guru. Someone else is channeling information from the Pleiades. And we have been taught that political correctness demands that we treat all these things with equal weight. Because we have no mathematical ability, no logical ability, we don't know how to ask the questions that expose some positions as preposterous, trivial, insulting to the intelligence, and unworthy of repetition. So we all are very comfortable bashing science and flailing away at that, but that isn't our enemy. Science is capable of undertaking its own reformation and critique and has been engaged in that fairly vigorously for some time. The enemy that will really subvert the enterprise of building a world based on clarity is the belief that we cannot point out the pernicious forms of idiocy that flourish in our own community. And this problem is growing worse all the time. I mean, just pick up a copy of Magical Blend or Shaman's Drum, and you will discover an appeal to the level of intellect that makes what's going on with television advertising look like a meeting of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Study. We have tolerated too many loose heads in our community. We are not willing to take on the karma involved in argument and discourse that actually gores somebody's ox. So that at the end of the day, iridology or Mormonism or some other form of institutionally supported foolishness lies in shreds on the floor. We consider this politically incorrect. I can feel the tension in this room because people sense I might gore their particular ox. If we had learned mathematical logic or reason or rules of evidence. When someone approaches us excited to inform us that the ruins of Lemuria have been spotted in the deep sea off Big Sur, or something like that, we would be able to respond to that with the contempt it deserves. I had a conversation about this recently with someone who, if I had to describe their job category, I would describe them as mafioso. And I said, what do you think of the abduction phenomenon? And without hesitation, this person said, there are just so many foolish people in the world. And to me, all of these things are intelligence tests. And the people who pass the intelligence test are not worrying about pro bono proctologists from other star systems showing in their bedroom. So, you know, we have perfected politeness. We have perfected the ability to listen to damn foolishness without betraying by so much as the flick of an eyebrow that we realize what we're in the presence of. Now I think it's time to refine our mathematical skills, learn to think straight, and not be afraid to denounce the pernicious forms of foolishness which are vitiating the energies of our community and making us appear marginal and absurd in the discourse about truly transforming society.
I can't wait to see this laboratory of clarity unfold before me tonight. There's all nonsense as dispelled. The scalpel of reason.
Yes, well, it is an ambiguous enterprise and fraught with contradiction, but forward, ever forward.
scientific thinking with his vision of a living, developing universe with its own inherent memory. He first worked in developmental biology and is best known for this theory of morphic fields and morphic resonance. His latest book, The Sense of Being Stared At, develops his concept of the extended mind. I'd like you to put your hands together and welcome Mr. Rupert Sheldrake.
Thank you. Well, thank you. You've been plunged right in at the deep end this morning with an experiment. You've got in your hands, I hope, some sheets of paper that are probably all Greek to you. I'm going to ask you to take part in a very simple experiment. Before your minds are contaminated with theories or expectations, we're going to plunge straight in. This only takes a couple of minutes, and then we'll get to the nature of the universe. But we're going to start with something more mundane, namely a scientific experiment. You are going to need a pencil or pen for this, so if you haven't got one, I haven't got one either. And so I'm afraid you're going to have to borrow one from your neighbour. Your neighbour's got one, and if not, you'll have to borrow it from the next but one person. What's going to happen here is, first of all, please fill in the front of the form with 3 simple questions. Sex, age, and do you know, can you read Greek or not? Now, when you've filled that in, could you close the little booklet so that you're not looking at the Greek words? Okay, anyone not ready? Okay, what's going to happen now is that I'm going to show you 8 Greek words on this screen, and you'll be looking at them for 10 seconds. After that, if I can manage the technology, they'll disappear. And then you're going to open the little booklet and I'll tell you what to do. Okay, so look at the screen. And the word should appear now. Okay, look at the words. We're going to try and remember them. Doesn't matter the order, just try and remember. Okay. Now, open the little booklet and circle 8 words on that first sheet. Try to circle the 8 words you've just seen. If you can't remember them, you'll have to guess. But circle 8 words altogether. The first of the pages, the one that you immediately see when you open the Okay. Anyone not finished? Alright. Now, what's going to happen is you're going to see the same 8 words again in a different order, and you're going to have another chance to remember them. And then you're going to turn over to the back sheet, circle another 8. So you don't need to turn over yet. Just concentrate on the 8 words that will appear on the screen in a few seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, now. circle 8 words on the last sheet, on the back of the book. Good. So hopefully you've finished now. Could you pass them all to the end of the row, please, and we'll collect them up. That's the experiment's over. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll explain what you've just done a little bit later. But that was an experiment in morphic resonance, and I'll explain exactly what it was later. This is, as you see, a very simple test with it has huge implications, but I'll wait until I've explained a bit more about the theory so I can explain the test. What I'm going to do this morning is talk about memory in nature, the idea that the laws of nature are more like habits. And I'm going to talk about morphic resonance and collective memory, which is inherent in all species. This is, at first sight, a very radical hypothesis. But what I'm going to argue is that this is something that we're all going to have to think about whether we like it or not. Because science is in a state of crisis. Two of the most fundamental paradigms or models of reality in science have come into head-on collision with each other. Most people don't realize it's happening slowly. It's more like two great tectonic plates colliding, and when they collide, you don't notice anything. Then there's an earthquake or volcano or something. These two tectonic plates of theory are crashing into each other, and they're going to force us to change our worldview. Now, I think that the change they're going to bring upon us is a change towards the idea of the memory in nature, the whole of nature, the whole universe having a memory. In order to put it in context, I'm going to talk about these two worldviews. And this involves a sort of fast forward through 2,500 years of intellectual history in about 5 minutes. So you're going to have to fasten your seat belts for this. What I'm going to do is show how these two fundamental models that we've all inherited, we've all got part of it in our psyche, are in collision and are going to force theoretical changes. The two fundamental models I'm thinking of are ones that we've inherited from the Greeks and the Jews, the two main ingredients of Western civilization. They are the ideas of eternity, the idea that nothing really changes, and the idea of evolution, the idea that everything changes and develops in time. The idea of eternity is something we inherited from the Greeks. The ancient Greek philosophers were obsessed with the idea that behind this world we live in, there's a timeless realm, a realm where nothing really changes. They probably got this idea from mystical experiences. Lots of mystics through the ages have said they've experienced a realm beyond space and time. The Greeks may have been influenced by mystery cults, mystical groups of people influences from Asia, we don't know. But the fact is that the Greek philosophers were each trying to find their own solution to the mystery of eternity. They came up with different answers. Pythagoras and his school came up with the idea that the ultimate eternal reality is mathematical, that behind the world of appearances there are eternal mathematical truths, ratios and proportions and harmonies, which are true everywhere, at all times and in all places. Plato generalized the Pythagorean insight and had the idea that behind everything in the world was an eternal archetype. Every horse, for example, is a reflection of an eternal horse idea, an imperfect reflection of an ideal form or archetype of horse. And this is the realm of Platonic ideas or forms, usually written in philosophy books with capital I or capital F for ideas and forms, so you realize it's not just regular use of the idea of the notion. So those are two ideas that said that the eternal reality is beyond space and time, outside space and time, essentially living in some kind of eternal mind. The atomists or materialists came up with a different answer. They said that the only reality is matter, and matter is made of lots of little bits called atoms, and these endure forever. And the changing world we live in is because of the changing combinations and movements of the atoms moving in the void. So for them, matter was the eternal reality. And then Heraclitus, who was a kind of maverick among Greek philosophers, said that the only thing that remained, well, he had less influence, but the Platonists and Pythagoreans had an enormous influence on Western philosophy. As Christianity took off in the Eastern Mediterranean, it had to be brought into relationship to prevailing Greek philosophy. Christianity developed in a Greek world. The New Testament is written in Greek, and with the language of the New Testament comes the whole implicit philosophy of the Greeks. And it was relatively easy for early Christian theologians like St. Augustine to see how the Platonic philosophy could be fitted into a Christian theology. The Platonic forms or ideas were none other than ideas in the mind of God, aspects of the Logos, the second person of the Trinity. And God thought these ideas eternal. So that was a fairly easy assimilation. Platonism was somewhat eclipsed in Europe in the Middle Ages by the rival school of Aristotle. But at the Renaissance in Europe, there was a big revival of Platonism. And European intellectuals got very excited again about this eternal reality behind space and time. The founding fathers of modern science were all Platonists or Pythagoreans, believing that the ultimate reality is essentially eternal, mathematical, beyond space and time. They thought that the so-called laws of nature were eternal mathematical ideas in the mind of God, and that scientists could actually reveal or read the mind of God through discovering these mathematical laws. So when Newton came up with his law of gravitation, this wasn't seen as just a temporary human model. It was seen as the unveiling of the mind of God, the eternal mathematical truth in the mind of this mathematical God. The idea that God's a mathematician is perennially popular among mathematicians. And of course, of all people, it makes them closest to the divine. So this was a very influential idea, and at the Enlightenment, the end of the 18th century, when there was this cult of science and reason, the idea that human beings could understand ultimate truth was a very big part of that. In the 17th century, there was also a revival of atomism, a philosophy of Democritus. And the idea was that matter is made of lots of little bits, atoms. And basically 17th century science, which laid the foundations for the sciences that we now have, was a kind of cosmic dualism of material atoms governed by eternal laws which were beyond space and time, that were themselves not physical. But they governed the physical atoms. No one explained quite how, but that was what was laid into the foundations of science. and has remained so till this day. In the 19th century, the permanence of the atoms was enshrined in the principles of the conservation of matter and of energy. And the conservation principles say the total amount of matter and energy and angular momentum and electric charge are always the same. And the laws that govern them are always the same. And that's why science is supposed to be, any experiment is supposed to be repeatable anywhere at any time, because the laws of nature are the same at all times and in all places. This is the implicit philosophy underlying science. The universe is eternal, matter is eternal, the laws are eternal. And most physical and chemical scientists just take this for granted. When you look at the Mendeleev's periodic table of the elements in chemistry, you don't have any sense that this could have evolved. It's like a platonic form of the elements and how they are, kind of rational order of things. In the 17th century, the founding fathers of modern science, who were all Christians, believed that the universe, though essentially eternal, was actually created by God in time. God was like a great machine maker who created the laws of nature and the universe, pressed the start button, and then the whole universe went on like a great machine. That was what they thought. But by the end of the 18th century, with the growth of atheism, people wanted to get rid of this engineering God who started off the universe. There was a simple intellectual move by which you could do this. Just proclaim that the universe is eternal, and you don't need a God to start it off. And that's what Laplace, the great French physicist, did. When Napoleon asked him what place God had in the scheme of things, he said, "Sir, I have no need of that hypothesis." Because they'd already got a stripped-down version of God as a kind of mathematical engineering creator who just started things off and then stood back. And by making the universe eternal, you could get rid of that and create God. So the universe was eternal, the laws were eternal, the matter was eternal, the energy was eternal. When Einstein worked out the equations of the general theory of relativity, he found that they showed that the universe should either be expanding or contracting. He couldn't believe that was true because the universe must be eternal. So he introduced the cosmological constant into the equation to make sure it stayed the same. He later considered that his biggest mistake. But the universe, because it was later discovered, the universe is actually expanding. But that was a huge shock to Einstein, because so deeply embedded in the thinking of physicists was this idea that everything is eternal. But it was a terrible shock to him to find that perhaps the universe isn't eternal, that it's unstable, it's expanding. Well, these are the ideas that have got into our conception of reality through physics. And this notion of eternity in Greek. But the other great notion that's changed our thinking is the idea of evolution, and that is rooted in the thinking of the Jews. The Jews were the only ancient people who saw time in a linear progressive way. All the other great civilizations and people of the ancient world saw time as eternal, moving in cycles. They saw eternal cycles. Whole universes came into being and passed away, and new ones appeared forever. So eternity goes with the idea of cycles, and that goes with the idea of reincarnation. The ancient Greeks believed in those things. The Indians do to this day. The Buddhists, with their cosmology derived from the Indian model, this is the Jewish model. So the idea of eternity is the standard default setting for most ancient civilizations. The Jews were different though. They had a model of history that was modeled on a journey. And the prototypic journey was the journey out of bondage in Egypt, through the wilderness and through the promised land. This was a journey with a goal. The goal originally was like the recreation of paradise, like rediscovering Eden, the promised land where there'd be peace, prosperity, brotherhood. It'd be like rediscovering Eden at the end of history, paradise. So this is the kind of archetypal journey that has a goal. Of course, when the actual Jews arrived in Palestine, the promised land, then as now, it turned out to be inhabited already by Palestinians. So instead of being a place of peace, prosperity, and brotherhood, it was a place of strife, conquest, but bloodshed, internecine squabbles and feuds, and much of the Old Testament is up with the endless battles with the indigenous people of Palestine. So this ideal ending of history has to be projected into the future, when the Messiah would come. And Christianity took over that cosmology, and then with the idea of the second coming of the Messiah, end of ordinary history. The idea that history was moving towards a goal or culmination, preceded by a catastrophe, and then followed by some new order of time. Interestingly, in the 17th century, this essentially a religious vision of history was secularized. The leading figure in this movement was Sir Francis Bacon, the Lord Chancellor of England. And Bacon had the idea that, yes, history would be transcended, we'd come to a whole new order of history, and that would come about through science and technology. Through conquest of nature, man would achieve a completely new relationship to the world, and human prosperity would be increased all over the world. He used very sexist language. He said, through putting nature on the rack, like witches were put on the rack, we can torture her and force her to yield up her secrets so that man can achieve dominion over her. Well, this has been the ideology underlying science and technology ever since. And his vision was that governments would sponsor a kind of scientific priesthood. Each country would have a kind of National Academy of Sciences as the officially approved scientific priesthood that would, under government control and direction, enable human beings to dominate and control nature, unleashing a new era of prosperity. Well, that vision of progress through science and technology has now conquered the world. No other ideology has ever conquered the world as that one has. Every government in the world is now into economic development through science and technology. It's an enormously successful vision. It's also at the root of our environmental crisis. It's produced all the damaging effects that we're living with today and fearing more of in the future. But this is an idea that had a huge influence. By the end of the 18th century, most European intellectuals and American intellectuals had adopted philosophy as part of the Enlightenment of science and reason. And this led to the idea of human progress. But the rest of the world was thought to be static. The universe was eternal, species of animals and plants were fixed. Only humans underwent this progress. It was essentially a religious idea in a secularized form. But by the middle of the 19th century, the idea of evolution was extended to all of life. In Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, 1859, the idea was that the whole of life evolves. All living beings have appeared, they've developed through time, through a vast evolutionary process. Darwin hardly ever used the word evolution. I think only twice in The Origin of Species, his most famous book. Instead, he used the word progress. And so he thought this was the progressive view of life being extended to all of nature. So now we had human beings progressing through science, technology, and social reform. We had now the whole of life progressing from humble beginnings through more complex life forms right up to the present day. But the rest of the universe was not progressing. Some philosophers like Herbert Spencer and Friedrich Engels said that progress must be a universal law, not just a biological law. But the physicists said, no, forget it, that's not what's happening. The universe is eternal, and not only is it not progressing, it's actually running down. By then they discovered the second law of thermodynamics that says, no, you can't have perpetual motion machines. So they had the idea the whole universe was eternal, but gradually running out of steam, so that it would eventually freeze up in a universal heat death, but then remain frozen forever. So instead of the universe progressing, it wasn't. It was going downhill. And by the beginning of the 20th century, European intellectuals, more in Europe than America, were obsessed with the ultimate futility of life on Earth, human life, because all of evolution here was a flash in the pan in a universe doomed to extinction, a universe headed nowhere. A pessimistic, kind of cosmic pessimism. By the 1920s and 30s, people were beginning to realize the universe was expanding. And in the 1960s, with the discovery of the cosmic microwave background radiation, the Big Bang theory became orthodox in physics. So since 1965, we had the idea that the universe began very, very small and very hot, less than the size of the head of a pin to start with, and it's been expanding and cooling ever since. And as it expands and cools, new forms of matter come into being: atoms, molecules, stars, galaxies, planets. Everything in the universe has evolved. Nothing was there in the beginning of the Big Bang except this seething mass of undifferentiated heat and energy. So now we've got an entire universe that's evolutionary. And evolutionary cosmology has extended what was originally a Jewish religious vision through these progressive developments, through Christianity, through the early prophets of science and technology, through economic growth and development, through biological evolution, to the entire cosmos. Now, this is a huge change. It means that one of these worldviews, the evolutionary worldview, has now become completely predominant on the cosmic level. Where does that leave the eternal laws of nature and the eternity of matter and energy? Well, it leaves them sort of hanging in a void. Because if you ever meet any of these hard-nosed, aggressive materialist types, try out a question on them. Say, do you believe in the Big Bang? And they'll almost certainly say yes. And then you say, well, where were the laws of nature before the Big Bang? And you see, if they're eternal, they should have existed before the Big Bang, but where? There's no where for them to be. There's clearly a metaphysical or philosophical idea that has nothing to do with hard-nosed empirical science. And science is actually based on this implicit philosophy. In fact, modern science is based on an idea that my friend Terence McKenna used to say, that it's based on the idea of give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest. And the one free miracle is the coming into being of the entire universe, all the matter and energy in the universe, and all the laws that govern it, from nothing in a single instant. The Big Bang theory is radically evolutionary, and it raises the question that if everything else evolves, why can't the laws of nature evolve too? Why not? I mean, there's nothing, we can't prove they were all there in the form they are today at the moment of the Big Bang. Everything's evolutionary, why not the laws? And as soon as you ask that question, you realize that the concept of laws of nature is very anthropocentric. The idea of law is confined to human societies, in fact, civilized society. It projects onto the whole of nature a very human concept. As C.S. Lewis once said, to say that a stone falls to earth because it's obeying a law makes it a man and even a citizen. And so it's an extraordinary metaphor when you think about it. And if you do think about it, you realize that human laws do actually evolve. The laws of the US are not the same today as they were 100 years ago. So as a metaphor, it would imply an evolving laws. But I think it's a very poor metaphor. And I think a much better one is habit. I think as the universe evolves, it develops new habits. Through repetition, habits become more and more repetitive, more and more predictable, and they become more and more as if they're governed by eternal laws. But with new phenomena, then you can actually see habits build up. This essentially is the idea of underlying morphic resonance. Morphic resonance is a theory that tries to explain how the universe can have developing habits. Habits imply memory. And how does memory work? Well, the suggestion is that it depends on similarity. The more similar something is to something that's happened before, the more it will be influenced by it. And morphic resonance is the process whereby similar things in the past influence similar things today. I'm not proposing that there's a kind of cosmic memory bank where all this is stored. Memory is not a spatial phenomenon, it's a temporal phenomenon. It's to do with relationship and time. And I think morphic resonance depends on a kind of direct, resonant effect anything in the past or anything in the present that's sufficiently similar. By anything, I mean self-organizing systems like molecules, atoms, crystals, plants, animals, societies, planets, solar systems, galaxies. All of these organize themselves. They're radically different from machines, which are organized in accordance with human designs and put together in factories. In nature, most things organize themselves. In fact, everything organizes itself. Self-organizing natural systems have an inherent memory. And what I'm suggesting is that each species, each kind of thing, has a kind of collective memory. Every individual contributes to it and draws upon it. We all draw upon a collective human memory, and in turn we all contribute to it. Every spider draws on a collective spider memory, including spinning webs, and contributes to it. Every migrating swallow depends on memory of the species, including previous migration over the centuries. So this, in a nutshell, is the idea of morphic resonance. I put it in simple, ordinary language because it's easy to get in ordinary language. Of course, it needs to be worked out in a more scientific form, and I'll say something about how it works through morphic fields in a moment. But first, I want to make the point it can be tested by experiment. And one of the easiest ways to see how this can happen is to look at crystals. This theory applies to the chemical realm as well as the biological. And in the realm of crystals, most people assume that crystallography is completely understood everywhere, fully understood by physicists, how crystals form. Turns out that's not the case. Crystals form and physicists can find out what structure they have, but they can't predict it in advance. Because as soon as you get into any degree of complexity in chemistry, the way the atoms and molecules line up to form the crystal, it turns out there's hundreds of ways they can do it. They only do it in molecules, sometimes in different ways when you get polymorphic crystals, but usually in just one way. So, if you make a new chemical that's never existed before, and chemists do this every year, then what form will its crystals take? The conventional view is that this should, in principle, be predictable on the basis of the eternal laws of nature, the laws of quantum mechanics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, etc. In practice, no one can actually do these calculations. They're too complex. So it turns out that we don't know if that's true or not. It's just an assumption. But according to morphic resonance, the first time the crystal forms, there won't be any previous crystals of that kind. There won't be an existing form that will force it one way rather than another. You just have to wait until the crystals spontaneously form. Sometimes it takes years for a new crystal, a new compound to crystallize. Once it's happened, according to morphic resonance, it should be easier to do it anywhere in the world because it's happened once in one place. The second time it happens, it'll be easier to do the first time. The third time, it'll be easier still to do the first and second times. They'll have a resonant influence on the third lot. The fourth lot will have influences from the first three lots of crystals. There'll be an accumulative memory, and it should get easier and easier to make crystals of that kind as time goes on, as other people make them in different parts of the world. Is this true? Well, it turns out that it is. It's well known to chemists that new compounds are very hard to crystallize as time goes on. They get easier. But they don't explain this in terms of morphic resonance. They explain it in terms of anecdotes. And the favoured anecdote, believe it or not, among chemists is that this happens because fragments of previous crystals, which are known to be able to nucleate crystallization, may attach more easily, but fragments of previous crystals are carried from laboratory to laboratory around the world on the beards of migrant chemists. And if there hadn't been any bearded chemists visiting, it's assumed that they've been wafted around as invisible dust particles in the atmosphere. Now, these theories are testable, but they've never been tested. Chemists take it for granted that the phenomenon can be explained by stories of this kind, because they're so convinced that the laws of nature are eternal, they don't see there could be any other explanation, like morphic resonance. I'm saying that it should get easier to crystallize these compounds as time goes on, even if you exclude migrant chemists and filter dust from the atmosphere, it should still be easier. And that's a test. It turns out there's another test. If the crystal, the morphic field of the crystal gets stronger through morphic resonance, it should be harder as time goes on to break up the crystal. In other words, you need a higher temperature to make them break up. In other words, their melting point should increase. Now, anyone who's studied chemistry will know that melting points are supposed to be constant. They're a feature of a given chemical. You've looked them up in books in science libraries called handbooks of physical constants. It says on the cover, constant. So you expect them to be constant. So, well, this is a very, very theoretical thought, and I was trained as a chemist to start with. It certainly took me a long, long time to be able to challenge the belief in the fixity of melting points. I then decided to look at the history of melting points. Perhaps the first person to have done that, because it's assumed they're constant. No one looks at their history. I first started by asking chemists if they'd noticed that melting points went up. And I felt a bit shy about asking chemists something so theoretical. So the first chemist I asked was Sasha Shulgin, the designer of designer drums. I thought, he's a psychedelic-taking designer, drum designer, at least I can ask him this question. So I did, and far from reacting with shock and horror, he said, well, sure, you know, when you make new compounds, oftentimes the melting point goes up over time. So I said, well, how do you explain that? I said, well, he wasn't thinking of morphic resonance, he just gave a kind of conventional chemical explanation. He said, well, as time goes on, you get better at making it, then purer samples, and purer samples have higher melting points, because impurity is lower than melting point. Well, that's true. And actually, since then, I found every chemist I've discussed this with has come up with the same answer. Well, if melting points go up, it's just because you're getting purer samples. And I said, well, how do you know they're purer? Well, they must be purer because they've got higher melting points. So I decided to look at a range of compounds that have been around in nature for millions of years in crystalline form. You wouldn't expect to see a change after millions of years, billions and billions and billions of crystals. Then you'd hardly notice any difference today. They probably reached some kind of asymptotic limit and they'd stabilized. But new compounds should show increases in melting point. Ones that have just been crystallized in recent times. Well, here is an example of melting points of amino acids. And on the left we have amino acids that do crystallize in nature. Asparagine, cysteine, and glutamine all occur in nature. And these graphs show that the melting points have hardly changed. 1935, 1980, 1996. These melting points are indeed constant, as you'd expect if melting points have morphic resonance effect in them, and these have been around in nature for a long time. On the other side, we see amino acids that were first isolated and crystallized in the 20th century. L-leucine, for example, noted in 1930, and by 1958, its melting point has gone up about 25 degrees centigrade. Here we have L-tryptophan in the middle. Its melting point in 1901 was 252, it's now 289. So we see these big increases in melting point, not fractions of degrees, but tens of degrees. This is one set of comparisons. Another set here are compounds that occur in nature and then chemical derivatives only made in the recent century or so. There at the top is L-cocaine, which occurs in cocoa beans, and there's very little change. Cocaine hydrochloride, or cocaine of commerce, made by extracting cocoa beans with hydrochloric acid, has shown an increase in melting point of about 14 degrees since 1915. Penicillic acid is in excretions of mold. glycerin, acetylsalicylic acid, first invented in the 19th century, used obviously very common underground, that's gone up considerably. So here are some actual data from the archives of chemistry that suggest this is going on. It should be possible to do simple experiments in chemistry to find out if this is in fact applied more widely. But this preliminary data suggests something really is happening. In biology, morphic resonance would predict that if you get organisms to develop in an abnormal way, the more often they do it, the easier it should get. Here's a normal fruit fly, which is a favourite organism of geneticists, an unfavourite organism of many householders, but unfortunately this became a real personal clash for me when I proposed doing a whole series of fruit fly experiments at home. And I had terrible problems with my wife, who banned fruit flies in our house. So that's the regular fruit fly. Here's a mutant one where the balancing organs, the whole hairs, have been turned into an extra pair of wings. So these are unusual fruit flies. Now it turns out you can find these with mutations, but also if you treat the eggs of fruit flies with ether 3 hours after they're laid, you can produce the same abnormality without genetic change, a bit like thalidomide babies. Chemical change in the environment can lead to an abnormal form. If you do this over generations, the first generation only about 2% are abnormal. And if you keep doing it, the percentage goes up and up and up until you get about 30% abnormal. This has nothing to do with mutation. It shows that by acquiring a characteristic by an environmental influence, it becomes more likely to happen again. You stop giving them the ether, and the abnormal ones go on being produced in a declining rate over many generations. This is a fascinating finding. It goes against the findings of regular genetics, not what you'd expect. But even more surprising is that in this particular experiment, after 10 generations being going on, a fresh batch of flies were treated with ether. In the first generation, instead of 2% being abnormal, it was 10%. The second generation, instead of 5%, it was 20%. So it was getting easier and easier for this abnormality to appear. This is what you'd expect with morphic resonance. The same applies to behavior. If rats learn a new trick in Seattle, it should get easier for rats all around the world to learn the same trick. Just by morphic resonance. They don't need to know about the rats in Seattle, they don't need to squeak them over the telephone. It doesn't need to be any kind of normal communication. There's a kind of collective memory building up. It turns out that people have actually observed this effect. Experiments carried out at Harvard on rats, it was found that rats could be trained to escape from the water maze. The first generation found it very hard to escape. It took hundreds of trials before they discovered. The next generation, it got easier and easier. They made fewer and fewer errors. This suggested that they could inherit something their ancestors had learned. So this is one of the big heresies in biology, Lamarckian inheritance, the inheritance of acquired character. Not supposed to happen. In fact, it does. And in these Harvard experiments, they were very controversial. And people said, well, obviously it must be genetic selection because in each generation they must have taken the parents that learned smartest, that learned quickest as the generation parents of the next generation. So there must have been unconscious genetic selection for smarter rats. So the person who was doing this, William McDougall, professor at Harvard, said, okay, we'll do it again, but this time we'll select as the parents of the next generation the most stupid rats. So they should make more and more errors in each generation, according to that theory. In fact, these are the number of errors. As you see, the number of errors fell dramatically over time with generations of stupid rats. They should have been going the other way. In fact, the stupid rats were finding it easier and easier to learn this, to escape from this maze. It was so controversial, people tried to repeat it. And they did so in Scotland and Australia. The Scottish and Australian rats took up more or less where the Harvard rats had left off. And they showed the same effect, but the Australians they got another batch of rats, and in each generation tested rats whose parents had never been exposed to water meadows. They were getting better too. So it couldn't have been a dramatic change. So everyone skipped aside the leap and said, oh, it's nothing to do with modifying the genes, or standard genetic theory is fine. But what they didn't explain was the effect of science. And it couldn't fit in. But these days we're lying there in the and fit perfectly with the idea of morphic resonance. Now, the idea of morphic resonance should also apply to human beings. It should be getting easier to learn things that others have already learned. It should be getting easier to learn to program computers, do windsurfing, skateboarding, any of these new skills that people learn. Most of them are getting easier to do, but of course it could be because of TVs, instructional videos, and better design, new training methods, and so forth. So to test morphic resonance, you need to do specially designed experiments. One experiment that I conducted in Europe in the 1990s is, in the 1980s even, one of the first experiments involved puzzle pictures. This is a puzzle picture, as used in this experiment. Now, if you look at it, you may not actually see very clearly a particular image that's given within it. Just look at it for a little while and see if you can see it. I'm going to show you the answer in a moment, and then I'm going to ask you how many of you actually saw that. I know it's going to be a small minority. Okay, there's the picture. Here's the answer. There's the picture again. Now, how many people got that first time round? Thank you. It's about, I should guess about 5%. Well, what we did is we had two pictures like this. We showed one of them on British television to 8 million people and melted the puzzle picture into the answer and back again. So 8 million people got it. Meanwhile, we tested people in Germany who couldn't see British television. And we, with the control and the test point, we found that people in Germany found it easier to recognize the test point after millions had seen it in Britain, but not the other one. So this is one of the various experiments that have been done directly to test morphic resonance. Another kind of experiment you've just done, that involves words. Each word has a kind of morphic field. When you read a word, you have a kind of gestalt of form. You don't spell out every word, cat. You just see the word, you get it instantly. That means there's a kind of collective memory for reading words, for real words. But not for false words. If you have the same letters, TCA, for example, it doesn't make a word, and you don't instantly get it. It's been found by a number of investigators that if you compare people's ability to remember or recognize real words compared with false words, most people, without knowing they're doing it, can recognize the real words better. You've just done an experiment that involved 8 Greek words, three-letter words. 4 of those 3-letter words that you saw were real Greek words that have been read by Greeks for millennia. The other 4 were anagrams of real words that aren't real words. And the question is, will you have remembered the false words less well than the real words? And we've done tests that show that people can't consciously tell the difference between the real and the false words, people who don't know Greek. But so far, I've done this experiment 8 times. 7 times, it's shown a clear, significant positive result. I don't know the results of this. My sister's going to many happy hours of marking your answers, and we'll find out the results probably in a week or two's time. But so far, this kind of experiment is giving very encouraging results. That people have an unconscious ability to read languages that they can't read normally, an unconscious ability to recognize real words because of morphic resonance from those who've done them before. one of the very few areas where standard tests have been done over many years, where you can look to see if there's a change in time, is IQ tests. Similar tests have been done now for decades. According to morphic resonance, the scores on IQ tests should be going up, not because people are getting smarter, but because the tests are getting easier. And so I predicted this in the 1980s, but I couldn't get hold of the data from IQ tests. And I was delighted to find that a scientist called James Flynn did actually do this. And he found that in the US, there's been a very dramatic increase in average IQ test scores since the 1910s, right up to the present day, showing a really significant increase. This has been mirrored in many other countries too. IQ tests are getting easier to do, but people are not getting smarter by any other criteria. This is now called the Flynn effect, and it really baffles psychologists. But Flynn himself says he's baffled by it. People have tried to explain it in terms of better nutrition, more brain growth, more TV. They've tried all sorts of things, more exposure to tests. None of these explanations really explain it convincingly, and it remains an unsolved mystery. Just what you'd expect on the basis of morphic resonance. A couple of years ago, my older son, who was then 16, was doing the national examinations in Britain, which we call GCSE, General Certificate of Secondary Education. Everyone in the country has to do the same exams, and of course they do them at the same time. Before the exams, he came to me one day and said, very excited, he said, I and my friends have just thought of a way of getting better scores at GCSE without any extra effort. I said, well, that sounds a good idea. What's it based on? He said, morphic resonance. And so I said, well, how did you work that out? He said, well, one of my friends had been reading your book. No, he hadn't, but one of his friends, and he said, we were discussing it. We came to the conclusion that if in the physics and maths test, for example, where there are 15 questions, if we do questions 14 and 15 first, and then go back to question 1, 2, 3, 4, we'll be about 10 minutes behind everyone else in Britain for all those other questions. We'll get a boost by morphic resonance. So I said, well, that's a good idea. And I said, well, there must have been some skeptics in your group of friends. And he said, yes, somebody said, what if morphic resonance doesn't really happen? And so we concluded that if it doesn't really happen, we wouldn't lose anything, but if it does, we gain something. So they actually did it. They all did very well, but they're probably smart in the first place. But it turns out this is a very good way of testing it. It also turned out that an old friend of mine from Cambridge was in charge of science examinations in Boston Cambridge Examination Board. I tried to persuade them to alter the order of the questions for small subsamples of the population to test morphic resonance, to turn our national science exams into a vast morphic resonance experiment. He was intrigued by the idea, but in the end felt he couldn't risk his career on something so controversial. It turns out that in Holland, all exams are done with people at alternate desks have papers in different questions in a different order, A and B forms of the question. So one lot do questions 1 to 8 and then 9 to 16. So the other lot, 9 to 16 is called 1 to 8, and then 1 to 8 is called 9 to 16. So people at adjacent desks can't copy from each other. That means in Holland they've already got a huge database of exam results to use to test this theory. And a colleague of mine at Amsterdam University, Dick German, has already looked at some of their university exam results and found that in 7 out of 8 cases, morphic resonance, the morphic resonance predictions has come true, with higher hit rates, higher success rates when people did questions later than earlier. They're now, at this moment, examining dozens more cases in results from Dutch examinations to anticipate results. This also applies to crosswords. It should be easier to do the New York Times crossword tomorrow than it was today, and some tests have been done to test this with positive results. So this is a very testable theory. It leads to the idea of collective memory, And the idea of a collective human memory is, of course, not a new one. It's been around for a very long time. Jung, the psychologist, suggested we all tap into a collective memory. And I'm saying the same thing, only I'm saying it's just part of the way the whole of nature is, the way all species are, not just the way the humans are. There's one final implication that's particularly mind-boggling. Well, there's many implications. I only have time to mention one of them. And that is this. If morphic resonance depends on similarity, and we have a kind of collective memory in the past between species, then the first point is we'll have a more specific memory from people who are more like us, members of our own families, of our ancestors. So there'll be a more specific memory from our ancestors. But then if you ask, well, who in the past is most similar to me? The answer is me. Each of us is more similar to ourselves in the past. That means that the most specific morphic resonance acting on any one of us is going to be our own past. This self-resonance means that we can resonate with ourselves in the past, and our memories will be transferred by morphic resonance from our own past. I'm suggesting that memories are not stored in the brain, as commonly assumed, but rather occur through self-resonance with our own past. Our brains are more like TV receivers than video recorders. We tune into our past when we recover memories, but they're not stored in the meantime in the brain. Because most scientists take the materialist theory of mind for granted, they assume that memory must be in the brain. Where else would it be? It's simply taken for granted as one of those paradigms, those unchallenged assumptions. It turns out, despite more than 100 years of intensive research and the expenditure of billions of dollars on trying to find memory traces in the brain, people have been extremely unsuccessful. People have tried and tried again, failed to find memories in the brain. Every kind of theory has been tried. DNA, RNA, protein modification, synaptic modification, phosphorylation of synaptic proteins, and so on. They've all drawn the blank in one way or another. And I think that's because the memories aren't there. You can no more find memories in the brain than you can find memories in a TV set of what programs you watched yesterday. It's simply not the way it works. So this is obviously a radical and, of course, controversial interpretation of memory, but it's a natural extension to morphic resonance idea. And wherever one extends this idea, it turns up predictions that seem to be correct, often invariant to conventional scientific theories. But the memory theory of the morphic resonance memory theory does work, I think, much better than the conventional one. Of course, you can get memory loss through brain damage or through brain degeneration, as in Alzheimer's disease. But that doesn't prove it's stored there. If I came and flipped out random bits of your TV set, I could affect the way it receives pictures or produces sound. It wouldn't prove all those sounds and pictures are stored inside the TV set. It would just prove that those bits are important to the reception of humans. And I think that's the well. Well, this gives you a brief overview of the morphic resonance idea. These notions were first put forward in my book, New Science Supply, much more fully developed in the 70s as well. And I've gone on doing research on this in one way or another ever since. And it has many, many implications in many areas. So this is just a very brief view of some of the main features of morphic resonance. I haven't yet talked about the morphic field and how this resonance is expressed. But before I do that, I think it's time to take a short break. And then I'm going to come back to the field, and then there'll be time for questions and discussion after that. Material this morning, and that means that there's less time for discussion. I know some people here have a lot of questions, and I wish we had more time or more opportunity, but it's a kind of trade-off. And so I'm going to try and tell you something about morphic fields the extended mind and some of the experiments I've been doing, and I hope we'll have time for some questions and comments at the end. So the idea of morphic fields is that self-organizing systems have fields which organize them, give them their shape or form, and every self-organizing system has a vibratory pattern of activity. Every atom, every molecule, every crystal, every cell, every human body, all have rhythmic patterns of activity. It's those rhythmic patterns of activity that resonate across space and time. The idea of morphic fields grows out of the idea of morphogenetic fields in biology. I started as a developmental biologist, and the idea of these fields was first put forward in the 1920s to try and explain how developing organisms develop. Genes alone and chemicals alone are not enough. Your arm and your leg have exactly the same genes in them, exactly the same chemicals, but they have different shapes. There's something about developing organisms that acts like a kind of architect's plan, a building plan for the organ. And as organs grow, they take up particular shapes. And the idea is that morphogenetic fields, fields concerned with the coming into being of form, morphogenesis, are what shape are. This idea has the additional attraction that fields are inherently holistic. Fields can only come as wholes. You can't get a bit of a field. You can't have a bit of a gravitational field or a bit of a magnetic field. And if you think about it, this holistic property is a key feature of fields of all kinds. If you have a magnet, a bar magnet, and you cut off the North Pole, you don't get an isolated North Pole. What you get is two magnets, each with a North and a South Pole. They instantly regenerate the whole magnetic field. And this was one of the analogies in the idea of morphogenetic fields right from the beginning. And it helps to explain how living organisms have the ability to heal themselves after damage. These fields are integrative and healing in their effects. In the most dramatic cases, they underlie regeneration. You see, this is very different from machines. If you have a machine, the machine's put together the different parts that are designed by an external mind, human mind, and they don't have a holistic quality. If you cut a machine in half, all you get is a broken machine. But if you cut certain organisms in half, each half can grow to form a new organism. And this regenerative capacity is very strong in many plants and lower animals. If you cut a willow tree into lots of little bits, each bit can become a new willow tree with shoots and roots. Just like if you cut a magnet into little bits, each little bit is a complete magnet with a complete field. If you cut a flatworm into pieces, each piece of the flatworm can grow back into a new worm. So here at the top, you've got, here's the head, and the head can grow a whole new body. And here are different parts of the body that can regenerate the entire platform. This is because each part of the worm has a complete field associated with it. The magnet has a complete magnetic field associated with it. I think these morphogenetic fields provide an integrated way of understanding healing processes in general. This is a dragonfly embryo within the egg, and normally the lower part of the egg would form the lower part of the embryo. In this case, the egg was tied off and this part was killed. The lower part of the egg now forms a small but complete embryo, showing the capacity of the system to organize itself as a whole.
This concept of a culture dying out, and it's sort of like these catchphrases like the end of the novel or the end of the symphony. You know, you try to imagine how can such a thing end. And recently I've had a glimpse of how cultures slip away from themselves, and I think it's worth invoking so that it doesn't happen to us. It's hard for us to imagine our culture dying because it's a global culture. I mean, it seems to have unlimited resources that it can call upon, but when you travel in the third world, you encounter what is referred to in United Nations reports as deferred maintenance. This is where you go to the international airport and large pieces of plumbing are peeling out of the walls, or as you motor into the capital city, you see gutter reconstruction projects that have obviously gone on for decades with no conclusion. And more you see this kind of thing in this country. Someone visited me from England last week and said the apocalypse is already happening. The slow apocalypse is unraveling all over the world. I mean, if you want apocalypse, you only have to take an airplane to Yugoslavia, to Lebanon, to Somalia. You know, the list is far too long, and there you find it. Here, among our prophets and seers from Malibu to Mendocino, the thing is only dimly glimpsed as yet, with the aid of the Mayan calendar and other suitable divinatory tools. But that's because we live in an incredible bubble of privilege. Well, so I'm, in my own life, think a lot about both historical inevitability and its paradoxical twin, political responsibility. You know, if it's all on automatic, if the world is either undergoing some kind of mass extinction and soul migration into the Elysium realms, then very little has to be done. If, on the other hand, it isn't on automatic, then what is the nature of the political and social world that we should construct for ourselves and our children? And I think for a long, long time, since the end of World War II, basically, we've been living in a future-phobic society where for all of the baubles and technology that has been foisted upon us, no real change has been tolerated. I mean, when you look back to the 1930s, you see that for better or ill, enormous social experiments were underway. The New Deal in the United States and the Third Reich in Germany, which was a 1,000-year plan involving genetic purification of a race, highways from Vladivostok to Paris, so forth and so on. That scale of planning has been banished since, well, for 60 years, basically. And what we have instead is a future-phobic society that places a great deal of stress on the preservation of a pseudo-tradition called family values by some people, but it has many names. It's not an archaic social model or anything rooted in long-term human organization. It's basically the 19th century industrial model of the couple with some children fitted into an industrial economy. Now I think that the contradictions of these future-phobic attitudes have become unbearable. And so the logjam that has been in place essentially since 1945 is beginning to break up. It came first at the weak point, obviously, which was the Soviet Union. I mean, a system so built on contradiction that, you know, the least breath of reality, and it collapsed. And that spread a lot of joy in the murkier minds of the West, I think. because what was not understood initially was that what this presaged was a crisis in values in our societies, because the fact is capitalism and democracy are implacable foes. They can give no quarter. These are two utterly distinct theories of human worth. One which says you are what you own and control, preferably the means of production, and another which says all human beings have equal weight in the political process, and by implication in some metaphysical scheme of values. Well, now these two systems are nakedly exposed in their opposition to each other. It seems to me, and it sort of comes out of what Rach talked about this morning, that in trying to get a general overview of what these bifurcations are that loom in the future, they have to do with choice on many, many levels. I mean, obviously what's up for a lot of people is reproductive choice. But there are also, a lot of people in the world don't like being where they are. They would rather migrate somewhere else. So, choice of travel, choice of location, reproductive choice, job choice, all of these things are values either to be preserved or to be consciously suppressed. The global society is now an integrated unit in the sense that the data that it generates flows into central modeling institutions that then give a picture of it back. But to date, we have not confronted the implications of this in terms of planning. We have been essentially passively contemplating the buildup of an explosive situation very fatalistically. And now we, at least I think, should contemplate the possibility of intervening in our situation. I hear all kinds of fatalism. I hear people saying that our two main problems are population and epidemically transmitted social diseases, and that therefore no problem, you see. But I find that a fairly horrifying way to manage human affairs, simply by an appeal to nature to cut us down, to send the grim reaper among us because we can't manage our own destinies. It seems to me that a whole rethinking of the notion of freedom has to come, and that it isn't strictly a matter of more freedom. One of the things that I think the 20th century has secured but is reluctant to face is the toxic power of imagery. That this is the century of the perfection on a scale previously undreamed of propaganda. And propaganda has to do with the toxicity of images. Now, here at a place like Esalen, we give lip service to the idea that images can heal, but it also means they can hurt. And there are far more hurtful images around than healing images. Now, a social polity coming out of John Locke and the English social philosophers would want to stay away from that in the John Stuart Mill tradition. But I think we're going to have to go back to Plato. Plato did not trust the poets. And the heirs of the poets in our hell bardo are Madison Avenue, because images are being manipulated to the point where democratic institutions become a joke because they are simply referendums of, or rather exhibitions of conditioned behavior, which was not the notion in the first place. I'm trying to stay away from the obvious things on the political agenda: reconstruction of the environment, advancement of women to positions of power, promotion of multiculturalism, this sort of thing, because these are, to my mind, basically cliches. Not that I don't agree with them, but they're not particularly interesting. The interesting ideas have to do with touching the taboos. As we approach the millennium, it's going to become increasingly important to, if not control, certainly regulate and monitor the irrational element among us, which is a curious concept because largely we are the irrational element. However, we're not nearly as irrational as you might wish to be assured. Just listen to what's on AM radio on Sunday morning and you'll discover that you ain't irrational. You represent an extremely high slice of rationality compared to the foment that builds in those, what we euphemistically call the whey of cheeses. And this is going to pose social problems as we manage our way through the millennium. It did at the last millennium. I mean, for the 3 years centered around 999, people simply stood slack-jawed in the streets of Europe with their eyes fixed on the sky. No work got done. Well, the consequences then were trivial. Now it's not so clear. I mean, what we're really caught in is a clash of values that's getting an unhealthy, where the traditionalist side is getting an unhealthy handicap because of calendrical coincidence. Just being born or living through the close of the second millennium poses all kinds of problems for societies that are trying to preserve humanist social values. If the Renaissance had begun in 985, I dare say it would have failed. Let's see. Anything else? I guess I should just sum it up. The concept which lies behind this is the idea of guiding images. Eric Jansch, who I think we all related to, used to talk about this, that a society has to be given guiding images. McLuhan said the 20th century has navigated the way you drive a car using a rear view mirror. In other words, almost entirely without guiding images. It's the disgrace of 20th century social philosophy that the only two innovative social ideas the 20th century can claim as its own are Freudian psychoanalysis, which was put out of business last week by Woody Allen, and fascism. These are the two authentic ideological contributions of the 20th century. Socialism is a 19th century idea, fully worked out in the 19th century. So I think that, I'm basically an optimist, but not because I have faith in human institutions, but because I think there is a transcendental attractor that will eventually pull our chestnuts out of the fire. But in the time which lies between then and now, and in the spirit of covering one's bets, I think it's worthwhile talking about how society should seriously be reconstructed to make it a more livable place. I think the recent election in England and the election we're enduring here prove that we cannot expect to hear any kind of meaningful reformist rhetoric from politicians unless there be any hope of it actually being winning at the polls. So then it behooves dissidents like ourselves to try and offer something other than UFO rescue or utter despair as the two poles of the political dialogue. Gentlemen.
I missed a key word there. What is it that's going to pull our chestnuts out of the fire?
The transcendental object at the end of time. I mean, I still believe that, that time is speeding up, that history is an alchemical rarefaction, that at the end we'll all go off hand in hand with the Sacred Heart or something.
You agree with Ronnie Reagan?
Well, we've had this discussion before. In fact, it's in our other book. All these Christers got a piece of the action, but they didn't get the clear vision. They just have a fairy tale about it, and I suppose so do we. But I do believe that history is the proof of the presence of a hyperdimensional something or other which is acting on ordinary biology. But what are we going to do until that final moment when it reveals itself to us? I think it's only, 20 years or so in the future, but I also am going to have to live through that 20 years with a bunch of anxious and disturbed people.
Well, why don't just take drugs? I mean, 20 years. I mean, the millennium.
He said it, folks, with a brilliant suggestion.
Why don't you, struggle to vision or more than vision to remake society in 10 years when in 20 years we were going to be carried off in chariots?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe
I
we
think
should.
it's the whole idea. The eschaton might be one of those ideas working militantly most strongly against any social change. Let's just hang on to our flying carpets.
Well, you may be right. So if that were true, would you think it a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, just in case the eschaton doesn't snatch us from the fire.
Yeah, that's what I have. What to do if the end of time is postponed.
Is a couple
So what would you suggest?
Well, let's say we're visioning the year 2000. We got, let's say, 7 years from today, we'll be back here again for only our 11th trial hour.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be looking backward on those magic 3 years which produced this. And 7 years is not such a long time. So one of the reasons we despair is that we can't achieve much in 7 years. I mean, look at the last 7 years. Suppose we had 20 years or 30 years, that's not much better. History is a snail crawling down the trail. So I think we, just to inject a note of positivity, if that's allowed, let us think briefly of the years 1965 to 1968. They are in a short time. I mean, all of you were here, were somewhere nearby, and experienced a fantastic social transformation, more than we could have dreamed. Now, true, it died. It peaked and died. Nevertheless, what could be achieved, and it was kind of going in the direction we've been talking about, where we had the total transformation of the family into the extended family of a prehistoric tribal life. We had the resacralization of the world with new religions, some of them inherited from the pagan past, practiced on every mountaintop in California and around the world. There we had new forms of music, new forms of government, new schools, different ways of teaching, an entire new society, such as we feel we need now. Mm-hmm. And nevertheless, it failed. Furthermore, we experienced that it had faults in its structure, and also the staff. Some of the people involved, such as us, had faults which we carried along from our history in this dominator society that we couldn't expunge sufficiently rapidly to function successfully in the new family structures and so on. So when for example, we can dismiss revolutionary movements of the environment and women's rights. On the other hand, the existence of these movements, which began with the failure of the 60s revolution and continue to this day, when another social transformation of that rapidity should start, if that were a possibility, then the progress made in the meanwhile might actually be the foundation for a success instead of a failure of that 3-year miracle. So that's just for the sake of optimism to recall that a rapid change can take place, and we have made big strides as a family in the intervening years. So if we could achieve even a fraction of what was achieved in the 60s, that might actually be enough. Probably not, because, don't forget, there was the forces of opposition, right, with their, as documented in the end of your book, with their insidious campaign of crack cocaine, heroin from the Golden Triangle, and so on, destroying the heart of the revolutionary movement in urban America. So, we need more than images. I think we need to think of a trigger, what you call a clarion call in your book. And, well, we want to avoid the use of the word revolution due to the fact that that always polarizes a equal and opposite reaction, which we don't want to trigger, but
Call it an evolution.
an evolution. In the past, there have been all of these, popular uprisings where actually the trigger came. We don't care who's elected, really, on the 2nd of November for President of the United States, because the government follows. It doesn't lead. We need leadership now. Leadership comes from people. That's us. So we don't want a violent revolution and destroying all these buildings downtown. But somehow we would like to see within 7 years a kind of a wake-up where a certain number of people just woke up and said, that's enough of that. That's all. The idea, and then to start doing it. We don't even know whatever triggered one of these major social transformations of the past, such as, let's say, the Renaissance, or one we actually lived through, the 1960s. What triggered it? I know what you'd say.
It's too obvious. It's what anyone would say. Try go for the Renaissance. Money.
Something is happening again, and maybe Rupert should tell us about the raves going on in London. But
I don't know about that. I certainly think that the year 2000 is a way of focusing our minds tremendously. I find 2012 a kind of diversion from this exercise. It does make it seem almost irrelevant. 2000 is very much a subsidiary thing from the point of view of the 2012 scenario. It's at best a kind of temporary holding operation. I had hoped that we'd have a full-scale rehearsal for this revisioning exercise this year. Since, as everybody knows, this is the 500th anniversary of the discovery of Columbus by the Native Americans. This is one of those historical moments which reaches popular consciousness everywhere. These calendrical moments can affect the consciousness of everybody. I mean, books that we write, or anybody in this room writes, or TV documentaries on public television reach a few, but this Columbus thing, Columbus Day this year, there's not going to be a man, woman, or child in the Americas who's not going to know about it. And the 500th anniversary could have been an opportunity for a tremendous revisioning of America, the new vision that America gave 500 years ago, and which still exerts a kind of fascination over the imagination of the world. What these people in Russia and Georgia and everywhere else want, what they're aspiring to, is something to do with what's happening in the west coast of the USA. So America's still the source of vision for the whole world, but unfortunately the vision that's coming out of Hollywood and TV productions here is not one really that fills one with tremendous optimism. So it could have been a huge revisioning opportunity, the new vision of where America could go for the next 500 years or just the next 100 years. And I hope that there'd be a massive ferment of visionary activity in the Americas leading up to this year. Maybe it's going on, maybe I just haven't heard about it. But so far, it's not given much hope for encouragement. I'd hope this would be a rehearsal for the year 2000, when surely all of us will feel a need for some new vision to stumble into the next millennium with people like John Major and George Bush around, is not really going to be very inspiring for many. Many people are going to want a greater inspiration than that. And I find it very hard to see where it's going to come from, because it's not as if there are totally fascinating models of the future available at the moment. The only ones I find really exciting are the ecological ones, and those are largely negative. Stop cutting down the rainforests, stop killing the whales, just limiting the destruction that we're bringing about. In terms of positive visions, the ones that I find most exciting are ones that involve a return to local communities, the people walking around or cycling and not travelling everywhere, huge distances, enormous consumption of fossil fuels, emissions of CO2 and so on. And most forces are working against that at the moment. And even our present, I don't know how many tons of carbon dioxide have been released by our gathering here this weekend, a formidable amount. So we still haven't got that vision, and for me that's the thing we lack most, the vision of where we actually want to go. Because the vision of local community, which is the one I find most attractive, is still far away from the lifestyle of myself or most people I know. So I myself don't quite see where this new vision is going to come from. It hasn't emerged so far.
So what you're saying is that the alternative vision that is offered is basically a steady state thing. It's all about stop cutting down the rainforests, stop releasing CFCs. Nobody ever says, but what about the future destiny of the human species? What's your plan for that?
Well, I think that most people, when they confront that question, find it so horrific, overpopulation.
Well, there's been a total, as you say, a total failure in leadership. How the Soviet Union could undergo collapse, and it's almost like there must be an official ban on suggesting a worldwide cutback in military expenditures. I mean, why isn't there a 20% cutback by everybody? How could that hurt anybody? All games could continue to be played, but just simply at a slightly lower level. There's been another thing I don't understand. The collapse of the international military machine is creating mass joblessness, but at the same time they decide to end all manned space flight and high-tech space exploration, when this is clearly a perfect field in which to funnel high-tech military budgets and keep engineers employed, keep your technical base sharp, and not produce useless weapons and stuff that depreciates at a staggering rate. So it's bad management, even of their own stated goals. I mean, we're not being led by evil people, we're being led by jackasses at this point.
Well, I don't know. I think it looks like we're being led by jackasses, and I certainly don't want to suggest that there might be intelligent leaders somewhere, but I think the situation is rather worse than that. The leaders are pretending to lead, but as a matter of fact, the entire system is way out of control, as of course it always has been, because it's evolving under essentially mathematical forces. I mean, a dynamical system inherent in the rules of the game, the fundamental psychic equipment of the human species. So whereas it looks like there are nations with leaders and organizations of nations like NATO or the United Nations and so on, as a matter of fact, the whole system, I think, is simply out of control, always was, and not necessarily always will be. The collapse of the Soviet Union was inherent in the dynamic, the rules of the game of the Soviet Union, in that it was over-controlled and there was inadequate space for chaos to play. It had to crash. No decision of a leader or popular movement of revolt or minor change of the structure could make any change in this collapse except possibly a year or two one way or the other. So I think I don't want to sound pessimistic because I think there might be some solution, that an intervention, as Terence suggested, is possible and may even take place, resulting from meetings like Rio and Amsterdam, where not the George Bushes of the world, but the native peoples of the world somehow get together and produce and implement a new idea. So this is in the category bad news is good news. It seems pretty certain that a real nightmare is coming. It's evident. I don't mean the ozone hole and the increased rate of skin cancer. I'm talking about an ice age, glaciation, inhabitability of most of the northern hemisphere, the rapid flight of people from the northern cities like London and Copenhagen leaving for Portugal and North Africa. I'm talking about the collapse of the monetary system, the increasing poverty of the United States and later other developed nations, especially Europe, a process that would be accelerated by the unification of Europe as understood by the Danish voters and maybe a few other people in Europe. This, pretending that this catastrophe is not probable will almost certainly guarantee that it takes place real soon. So I think what we want to do is to vision the magnitude of the problem and to vision a few alternative miracles by which this catastrophe would be averted. And one of them I've been trying to advertise has to do with the incomprehensible complexity of the combined system of the environment and the economy. Now we have so many people on Earth, there's no way, just by returning to local communities, even if we could achieve that within 12 months, we could still not avert an economic catastrophe due to the fact that the economic system, there are so many people, there has to be an economy, it's highly unstable, and it's strongly coupled to the environment. So if we evoke any apparently wise move, intervention, risky experiment with regard to the environment, like make it impossible for people to cut a single additional tree in the Amazon, then the backlash, the uncontrollable, unpredictable backlash into the economy could actually be catastrophic and much faster than if we made no intervention. What we need in order to survive as a species is to increase our intelligence beyond the cleverness of, at present, the most clever people, the most radical thinking, the best artists, and so on. We need to advance our intelligence through come to understand new mathematical structures and ways of understanding the complexity of the most complicated systems, so that if we were going to do an intervention, either with regard to the economic system, such as the unification of Europe, or the environment, such as making combustion of fossil fuel illegal or something like that, that this intervention that we plan to do, although still not guaranteed to work, would have its possibility of succeeding slightly increased from what it at present is. If we wait for a popular revolution, it's going to be good. The popular revolution in the Soviet Union didn't really help a bit because it's too late. And as your friend visiting from England suggested, it's already too late for us and for a lot of places around the world. Unfortunately, we don't have 50 years. And the strategy that I'm recommending, I guess I have already abandoned it because it takes too long. It seems to me, this is the microstructure of my own pessimism, that we don't even have 10 years really to avoid a really terminal situation for society as we know it, for the civilization of these past thousands of years. So the vision that I'm recommending in place of, I mean, the vision department here is empty. I'm saying let's avoid the disease of denial, because if we don't admit a problem, then there's no solution. And let's, people always say, oh, well, no, I want to acknowledge the magnitude of the problem and simultaneously to vision what would have to be essentially a miracle which averts the disaster for humans and the environment.
So
That's what I'm
the
calling for. Well, I think that it's possible for people to get together and undertake a visioning process that will produce a miracle. We can't think up a miracle right now, but it would take a clarion call. That means, by all means, we have to avoid practicing denial. We have to admit that the environment is threatened and the economy is threatened. And what happened in the Soviet Union happened very rapidly and was incontrovertible. And it's happened now, it's history, and yet they have a future. That may be happening here also.
I think that the people who run the world are not in a state.
But nobody runs the world.
Well, I mean,
is known to everyone, but not clearly. You always exist. The being is the self. I am is the name of God.
So you're in for a real treat this evening. I am blessed to be able to welcome Rupert Sheldrake to the Virtual Futures stage. So for those of you who are here for the first time, the Virtual Futures Conference first occurred at the University of Warwick in the mid-90s. And to quote its co-founder, it arose at a tipping point in the technologization of first world cultures. Now, whilst it was most often portrayed as a techno-positivist festival of accelerationism towards a post-human future, the Glastonbury of cyberculture, as the Guardian put it, its actual aim, hidden behind the brush still, the silicon, the jargon, the designer drugs, the charismatic prophets and the techno parties, was much more sober and much more urgent. What Virtual Futures did, or at least tried to do, was cast a critical eye over the phenomenal changes in how humans and non-humans engage with emerging scientific theory and technological development. The Salon series completes the conference's aim to bury the 20th century and to begin work on the 21st. So, let's begin. It's a real joy to be able to be joined by biologist Rupert Sheldrake this evening. Rupert is both a controversial and compelling figure. His supporters know him for his research in the field of parapsychology and the concept of morphic resonance, whilst his critics say that his work undermines the public understanding of science, which led him to having his TED Talk banned. But for me, what sets Rupert apart is his use of the scientific method to challenge the sorts of scientific knowledge that has fast become scientific dogma. And his approach is of that as a biologist, basing his research on natural history and performing experiments under natural conditions. This work has led him to explore the unexplained aspects of animal behavior and to study phenomena in people, including the sense of being stared at and our premonitions. His latest explorations are covered in his new book and the sequel to Science and Spirituality, Ways to Go Beyond and Why They Work. So to teach us how we might go beyond and help us to perhaps access realms beyond the mundane, please put your hands together and please join me in welcoming Rupert Sheldrake to the Virtual Futures stage. So Rupert, before we get into the book, let's set the scene. What are the dogmas, the key scientific dogmas of the 21st century that science is prophesizing or selling us?
Okay, well, is this working? Yes. In my book, The Science Delusion, I summarize the main dogmas of modern science, 10 of them. The first one is that nature's mechanical, everything's machine, memorable phrase. The second is that matter's unconscious. The whole universe is material, and it's made up of unconscious matter. So stars, galaxies, the entire universe is unconscious, except for us. And then that's a problem, because we ought to be unconscious too. So some philosophers of mind argue that we are, puzzlingly enough. And the very existence of human consciousness is called the hard problem in the philosophy of mind. The third assumption is that the laws of nature are fixed. They were all there at the moment of the Big Bang, and they haven't changed since. They just simply appeared at the moment of the Big Bang, and they've been fixed, and so have the constants of nature, like the speed of light and the gravitational constant, which is why they're called constants. The next assumption is that the total amount of matter and energy is always the same. All of it suddenly appeared at the moment of the Big Bang, along with the laws of nature. And as my friend Terence McKenna used to say, modern science is based on the principle, give us one free miracle and we'll explain the rest. And the one free miracle is the appearance of all the laws of nature and all the matter and energy in the universe from nothing in a single instant. The next assumption is that nature is purposeless. There's no purpose in evolution, there's no purpose in biological evolution, there's no purpose in nature at all. That follows from the machine metaphor, the idea that nature is mechanical, because machines don't have purposes of their own, unlike organisms. A car has no particular purpose, except to go where you make it go, whereas a horse may have its own ideas about where it wants to go. The next assumption is that biological inheritance is material, genetic or epigenetic, stored in the genes or in modifications of the genes. The next assumption is that memory is a material. Everything you remember is stored as a material trace inside your brain, in the nerve endings or in phosphorylated proteins or in other ways. No one's ever found these memory traces, but it's assumed they must be there. The next assumption is the mind is nothing but the brain. It's the activity of the brain, and minds are what brains do, as materialists like to say. And that means your mind is entirely confined to the inside of your skull. It's all inside your head. Your mind is in your brain. And the next assumption, the ninth assumption, is that psychic phenomena are illusory. Things like telepathy, the sense of being stared at, premonitions. These must be illusory, because if the mind's nothing but the brain working according to physical mechanisms, then these kinds of things ought not to happen. Therefore, they can't happen. Therefore, all the evidence for them has to be rejected or swept aside. And finally, is the assumption that mechanistic medicine is the only kind that really works, which is why our Medical Research Council gives 100% of its funding to mechanistic medicine, drugs and surgery, and nothing to alternative or complementary medicine, which is more holistic and assumes that the mind has something to do with the healing process and emotions and social support and all that kind of thing. So these are the 10 assumptions that are the more or less the default built-in set of assumptions of most university graduates. They're built into the educational system, often implicitly, but most people end up thinking that's what science tells us. But all of them are assumptions, and if they're believed, people really believe taking them on faith.
So the one I want to focus on is really that machine theory for life. Like, how did it become so ingrained, how did it become so baked in at the end of the 19th century that the brain was hardware and whatever consciousness was software, and it had equivalence to a machine or a computer?
Well, that goes back to the scientific revolution of the 17th century. I mean, this is the principal assumption of modern science, right from the beginning. René Descartes, who was really the founder of the machine theory of life, had a vision on the night of November 10, 1619, when he saw, in a visionary state, the entire universe as a machine. And he thought that all nature was mechanical. And this was revolutionary, and why it was called the scientific revolution was precisely because the machine theory of nature, of life, and of the universe replaced the earlier view that was taught in all the medieval universities, like Oxford, Cambridge, and Bologna, and Paris, and so on. All these universities, the standard view was that nature's alive. The earth is alive, Mother Earth. Animals and plants are beings with souls. The very word animal comes from the word anima, meaning soul. So the medieval theology and philosophy was that plants have souls that shape their bodies, animals have souls that underlie their instincts, and we have plant-like souls that shape our bodies, animal-like souls that give us our emotions and instincts. And in addition, the rational soul, which is to do with the intellect, language, thought, reason, which animals don't have. But most of our psychic life is held in common with other living organisms. That was the standard view taught in all the universities and almost universally believed. And what made the scientific revolution a revolution was precisely because it overthrew that view. Descartes said, no, the universe isn't alive. The whole universe is not a living organism, it's a machine. The Earth isn't alive, it's not Mother Earth, it's just a ball of rock hurtling around the sun in accordance with laws of motion. Animals and plants are just machines, and human bodies are machines too. The heart's a pump, the brain is a kind of, he thought of it as a kind of hydraulic machine, the eye is like a camera. So these machine metaphors got built into science right from the outset. And in the 19th century, the materialist view came to predominate. Descartes thought that there was such a thing as consciousness and mind, but that it was separate from nature, and the only beings with spirit mind or consciousness were God, angels, and humans. The rest of nature was completely mechanical. Anyway, so this view then became, by the end of the 19th century, when God and angels were got rid of, you just had consciousness in human minds, in brains. And then the metaphor kept changing. In the 1930s, the brain was a telephone exchange, with sort of jack plugs being pushed in to make connections when you learn things. Now, of course, it's a computer. And as you say, the mind is now seen as the software and the brain as the hardware. So I think the background to all this goes back a long way, and this mechanistic way of thinking about nature it was very useful philosophy for the industrial age, which made machines the principal paradigm of everything.
Well, it's weird because the cogs were turning in my brain when you were saying that. I was trying to process what you were saying, but what is the alternative? If the brain isn't a computer, for example, what is it? Could it be a tuning device? I know you posited that scenario.
Well, yes, I think it's a kind of tuning device. You see, the brain, like everything else in nature, is a self-organizing system. I mean, all natural organisms are self-organizing systems. And it has therefore it has holistic properties. And I think that the brain is something that sort of filters consciousness. It affects, obviously we need brains, it's to do with controlling the movements of the body, coordinating sensations. But I don't think the mind is confined to the brain. I think the mind is a system of fields that operate on the brain and through the brain and extend beyond it. As you know, in much of my research, I've been trying to show that our minds extend far beyond our brains, just as the field of your mobile phone extends beyond the mobile phone, and the field of a magnet extends beyond the magnet. The fields of our minds extend beyond our brains and our bodies. And I think that's why we have phenomena like the sense of being stared at and telepathy, because our minds reach out beyond our brains and bodies.
So in other words, a memory could be our tuning into some form of collective consciousness.
Yes, well, this brings in my hypothesis of morphic resonance, which perhaps I should say a little about for those who are not familiar with it. It's the idea that there's a kind of memory in nature that instead of being governed by timeless laws that were there from the moment of the Big Bang, nature forms habits, and the habits of nature evolve. So the regularities of nature, even those of molecules and atoms, and certainly of organisms, are basically habits. And that habits require a kind of memory. So instead of a kind of external laws, immaterial laws, the conventional view, there's a kind of memory within nature, and how that works is on the basis of what I call morphic resonance. Similar patterns of activity influence subsequent similar patterns of activity by resonance across time and space. So every developing embryo tunes in to the collective memory of its species in its developing form. And then when it's born, an animal tunes into the instincts of its species, and they're kind of habits of the species, a collective memory. Now we have a collective memory too, which Jung calls the collective unconscious. But I think our individual memory works on morphic resonance as well. If you say, who in the past was most similar to me, then the answer is me. And who was most similar to you is you. So the most similar person to every one of us is ourselves. And because morphic resonance works on similarity, the more similar, the stronger the resonance. We resonate with ourselves in the past. And I think it's through this resonance across time that memory works. I don't think our memories are stored inside the brain. I think the brain is a resonating system that picks them up, tunes into them. And that fits the facts, funnily enough, much better than the idea they're stored in the brain, because people have failed to find them. What they've found is there are patterns of activity in the brain when memories are created. There are patterns when they're retrieved, but they seem to disappear in between. And I think that's because the patterns when they're created, when the memories are being laid down, is the resonant pattern, vibratory patterns of activities in the brain, which are retrieved when we recover the memory, the same set of patterns similar vibratory patterns are set up. You can measure what goes on while they're being laid down and when they're being picked up. But you don't find them in between, and that's, I think, because they're not installed in the brain, but occur by this resonance process. Obviously, this is a controversial proposal.
Well, weirdly enough, we had the computer scientist Edward A. Lee launch his book Pluto and the Brain, and he argued, look, these transhumanists who want to upload their minds in computers have got the entire thing wrong, because memory or whatever consciousness is has no equivalence to information processing, and you see that in biology. You inherit your genes from your parents, but you don't inherit their memories. It must be something. And what Edward was then arguing was, look, AI will always be a zombie because it will never know how to tune into consciousness. It won't be the amalgamation of matter that will give rise to artificial consciousness. They will always not be able to access what we as fundamentally biological human beings are able to access. How are you dealing with some of that controversy? Because at the end of the day, neuroscientists know as much about consciousness as your theory that you're positing. They just don't know, and you're quite willing to admit that you just don't know, and these are just theories, and we have to be comfortable with a multitude of possibilities for what human consciousness is. How do we become more comfortable with thinking outside of what we see as dogmatic truth?
Well, I think what we really need in science, as in other areas of activity, is pluralism. We're used to pluralism in every other area. We've got a range of political parties, we've got a range of schools of thought in philosophy. We have all sorts of religions, and within each religion, different cults, sects, denominations. But within science, the idea is that at any given time, there's just one kind of science the whole world over, a kind of totalitarian mentality, which means that anyone who disagrees with it is instantly branded a heretic. Now, this is not a very good way of conducting any kind of human affairs, because, and the usual, the objection that I got when I first put forward the idea of morphic resonance was not that it's wrong, or that the evidence goes against it, but that it was unnecessary. And people thought it was unnecessary because, given the mechanistic theory of life and cracking the genetic code and sequencing genomes and modern brain scanning techniques, we will, at some time in the future, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, explain everything mechanistically. Therefore, there's no need to have any alternative theory until this has failed. Well, most people think, when I had a wager with Lewis Walford about the predictive power of the genome, he thought that to predict a human on the basis of the genome would take at least 100 years, and he's an optimist. I don't think it'll happen at all, because I just don't think that's the way it works. But their idea is that you can't try anything else until you've driven this thing into the ground over several more generations and trillions of dollars later. My view is that why not look at alternatives right now? We already have alternatives in the realm of medicine. We've got alternatives in every other area. Why not look at alternative ways of thinking of the brain, consciousness, the nature of life, the development of form, and so forth, and see how those work out, instead of waiting for the official approach to break down in many generations' time. It's breaking down now, of course, but we're in, people just won't look at where it's failing. I think the thing you were saying about consciousness and AI, I completely agree with that. If we've got a misconception of the nature of consciousness and think it's nothing but the brain, then a computer model and AI based purely on computers should do everything that the AI people say it will do. But if that's a completely false conception of the brain and of ourselves, if we're not machines, if we're true organisms, if consciousness works through the brain, which is not simply and completely explained by the brain, then it's a misconceived idea, and it's just a kind of science fiction fantasy.
Let's talk about some of that beginning of the breakdown, because historically, if we look at the types of worldview we've had as a human species, and I'm talking largely Western world, but we've had originally an idealist worldview where we were all spiritual or religious to some degree, and that has been challenged through Cartesian worldviews of the world, and now we have this materialist worldview of the world. But you're looking at something new and specific, which is a panpsychism view of the world, that everything has some form of consciousness?
Yes, well, I wouldn't call it new. I mean, panpsychism is a new version of animism, which is the idea that nature's alive. And that, as I say, was the prevalent philosophy of the Europe in the Middle Ages. It's the philosophy that gave rise to our great cathedrals, which combined the latest technology in architecture and technologies like stained glass with a view of the nature as alive and God as the God of the living world. And that's why these cathedrals, even today, are so incredibly powerful places. They have a vision of the universe which is not mechanistic. Modern architecture is based on the machine theory of, I mean, Le Corbusier famously said, buildings are machines for living in. So modernism was very influenced by the whole machine metaphor. Cathedrals represent a completely different worldview. And what happened was that animistic worldview was, which was prevalent all over Christian Europe, which was the view of the ancient Greeks, which is the view of traditional cultures over the entire world, which in fact is an almost universal view, except for Europeans since the 17th century, the mechanistic theory, which has now been spread across the whole world. This panpsychist view is now coming back, animism is coming back, largely because the hard problem of consciousness has proved so intractable to materialists. To explain consciousness as just arising from unconscious processes in the brain involves a kind of miraculous conjuring of a rabbit out of a hat, something totally different emerging from something that's utterly unconscious according to the materialist theory. So the way out of this that some materialist philosophers have found is to say, well, if there's a bit of consciousness, even in atoms and electrons, then in more complex systems you get more complex consciousness. And it doesn't come from nowhere, it emerges from the smaller, less complex systems which have some degree of consciousness or mind or mentality or experience. So that view is now actually being seriously discussed within philosophy of mind and within philosophy departments of universities. I myself think that they really need to go further. Most of the discussions about electrons and atoms, I think it gets really exciting when you think about big things like Gaia, the Earth, or the Sun, because if we take a panpsychist or animist view, then it's highly probable that the Sun is conscious. And I myself think the Sun is conscious. I think I think the other stars are conscious. The whole galaxy may have a kind of mind, a galactic mind, and the whole universe may have a kind of mind. Now, these are not original theories of mind. This is what everyone used to think in Europe till the 17th century. The whole cosmos had a mind. The stars were living beings with angelic intelligences. Some of the angels were the minds of the stars. They lived in the stars or associated with the stars, and they were intelligent, conscious beings with minds far greater than in capacity than human minds. So this was the worldview that all traditional cultures have had, and in India today, still the sun is seen by most Hindus as a conscious being. Many people, including me, do a yoga exercise in the morning called the Surya Namaskar, the salutation to the sun, which is, although it can be treated just as a purely yoga stretch-type exercise, involves prostrating to the sun in the morning, welcoming the sun, and recognizing how important it is for our lives. And most Hindus do the Gayatri mantra, which is an invocation, a prayer to the sun, asking the sun, the glorious splendor of the sun, to illuminate our meditation. So traditional cultures take for granted that we don't live in the living world. Panpsychism is a modern philosophical movement that's gingerly edging back towards that view. But most panpsychists haven't gone very far yet, but they're on a slippery slope, and I rather hope they slide down it very fast.
So in that case, what do we stand to lose in terms of just knowledge about the world if we continue down the materialist worldview path, if we don't retrieve some of these ideas from ancient religions, cultures, and spiritual practices? Do we stand to lose something in the modern 21st century, or have we already lost it?
Well, I think some people, insofar as they've closed themselves off from the entire spiritual world, I mean, this is a huge loss. I mean, if we live in a living world, if our life is part of the life of the Earth, and that's part of the life of the solar system, that's part of the life of the galaxy, and that's part of the life of the cosmos, we're part of a vastly greater living system, and totally dependent upon it. And to imagine that we just are in charge of this earth and we can exploit nature in any way we like just for short-term profit, which is the prevailing economic and cultural attitude, is not only misguided but potentially fatal. And so I think we have an extraordinarily inharmonious relationship with the natural world as a result of this worldview, and also with ourselves, because if there are forms of consciousness greater than our own, which all cultures have recognized, shamanic cultures recognize various spirits, animal spirits, ancestral spirits, nature spirits, gods, goddesses, an ultimate god or consciousness. All over the world we find people have taken for granted that such things exist and we can relate to them through our minds. If we take the view all that's complete rubbish, nothing but primitive, childish superstition, that it's all just mechanisms that we can understand through equations and physics, and our minds are nothing but physical mechanisms. We're not related consciously to anything beyond ourselves. We're isolated from each other. Our minds don't reach out. We don't contact others at a distance telepathically. It's all just echoing around inside our brains. And we live in a universe with no purpose. This is a deeply depressing and isolating worldview. And one could predict on the basis of that an awful lot of people would feel lonely, depressed, and isolated.
Weirdly enough.
And weirdly enough, yes. With antidepressants, kind of endemically, taken by millions and millions of people.
But do you think the rise of the secular society in the West is directly correlate with feelings of anxiety or depression? When the baby out with the bathwater, when we got rid of religion with a capital R that comes with all the aesthetics of God with a capital G, do you think we've fundamentally stripped ourselves of something that was so wonderfully human in the process of trying to ascertain some sort of knowledge or certainty about the world?
Yes, the answer is yes. I think we have. I think thrown out the baby with the bathwater. I think, though, that it creates a particularly interesting situation that we're now in, because the religions, all of them have got sort of baggage, and they've got historical records which are not always completely inspiring. I mean, some of the pretty terrible things have happened in the name of religion, and the kind of atheist attack on religions, I think, can be seen as having a kind of purifying effect. It's like a purifying fire. It burns away a lot of the unnecessary and probably genuinely superstitious elements. So I think that it's also led to a situation where we now have, because of globalization and travel and the internet and so on, and large-scale movements of people, we have access to all the world's different spiritual traditions. Here in London, you can learn Hindu meditation, Buddhist meditation, martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. You can go to shamanic workshops. You can do Sufi chanting. We have access to every tradition in the world. And that's one of the points I start with in my recent books, ways to go beyond and why they work, because we can now see that there's a range of spiritual practices that occur in all these different traditions, and these practices are now being investigated scientifically, which helps to shed light on what's happening. And scientifically, you can look at spiritual practices from several points of view. The one that's most investigated is meditation, which I discuss in my previous book, Science of Spiritual Practices. You can look at the effects on people's lives, and the effects on people's lives are generally beneficial. People are calmer, more relaxed, sleep better, less stressed, You can look at the effects on physiology, reduction of stress hormones, reduction of the anxiety responses fueled by adrenaline and the sympathetic nervous system. You can, the subjective feelings of well-being. You can look at it from the point of view of brain scans, which bits of the brain become less active when meditating, and largely what becomes less active is the default mode network, the interlinked brain regions that are associated with thinking, rumination, worrying, anxiety, and so forth. Those get less active in meditation and other regions become more active. And of course, the reason why people did meditation in the first place in India and China and in the Christian monastic tradition, contemplative prayer, a form of meditation, and Sufis and so on, is because by getting to the very basis of consciousness itself in our own minds, people have found that by doing that, they can become more aware of the nature of consciousness that lies beyond our minds. It's through consciousness that we explore consciousness. And if there are forms of consciousness beyond our own, the way we come into touch with them are many and varied, but meditation is one. And by detaching ourselves from that constant strain of inner dialogue and the constant worries and thoughts, we can reach a state of basic consciousness or awareness, the ground of consciousness itself, which the Hindus are most clear about, which is none other than the ground of consciousness of the entire universe. Atman is the individual spirit. Brahman is the name of the ultimate consciousness of the universe. And our consciousness is part of that greater consciousness, a kind of fractal of the ultimate mind. And through these spiritual practices, particularly meditation, which gets to the basis of consciousness, we can actually find out something about that greater mind and be directly in its presence. That's the understanding of tradition.
So what does it mean, let's turn to the new book, what does it mean to go beyond?
Well, what I'm talking about there in going beyond is going beyond normal, mundane, everyday states of consciousness. And all spiritual traditions have the idea that through spiritual practices we can come into the presence of a greater consciousness than our own. And there may be many kinds of greater consciousness than our own, not just one. I mean, if you just take the Christian tradition, for example, there's the saints, there's ancestors, there's saints, there's angels, and then there's as well as angels, there are demons and devils, and bad spirits as well as good. And then there's God with three aspects, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And these are all forms of consciousness greater than our own, to which we can pray and form relationships. And I think that what's so interesting when I was looking at these different spiritual practices is how different they are. For example, I start this book with a chapter on sports, and most people don't think of sports as a spiritual practice, and yet I think in the modern world it's the main way in which people reach altered states of consciousness that take them out of the ruminative mind, the chattering mind. I mean, through meditation you can reduce the activity of that and come into these calmer states. They don't usually last long because it starts up again and then you can go through it again. But if you're in the middle of a football game and someone's passing the ball, you have to be totally present. You can't worry about paying the gas bill or why your girlfriend pissed you off or something like that. You can't think about that. If you're 50 feet up a rock face with no ropes, you have to be completely present. If you're hurtling down a ski slope, unless you're totally present, you'll be dead. And if you're driving a motorbike fast, the thrill of speed, again, why these things are so engaging for people is they force us to be in the present. And being in the present is the first step in spiritual practices. Being here now is a key thing in spiritual practices. Being somewhere else and somewhere else. I mean, computer games. I once saw an advert on London Underground for a computer game, and it had someone absorbed in this game, a picture of them, and it said, wherever you are, be somewhere else. Well, that's the exact opposite of spiritual practices, which is about being here now. And sports are one of the ways in which people become here now, and they have to be, otherwise they can't be engaged in the sport.
I mean, you use sport as an example, almost not just of being present as a spectator, but as a player. Human sports are almost examples of human telepathy.
Well, team games involve telepathy quite often. I mean, like many football players seem to have telepathic relations with others, which they don't like to talk about, usually, at least in public, so they might be thought weird. But Michael Murphy, who founded the Esalen Institute in California, wrote a book called The Psychic Side of Sports, where he interviewed a lot of team players and found that this telepathy is quite common. Some sports are not team games. After all, mountaineering, for example, or skiing downhill, or free diving may not involve telepathy because you're doing it on your own, basically. But team games where people are closely coordinated with other members of the team, I think quite often do involve telepathic interface.
Those individual sports that you talk about in the book, they don't require telepathy, but they require something called mastery, this ability to attain that sort of higher consciousness. What do you mean by mastery?
Well, the thing is that when you think about sports, there's a very wide range of things that are sports. There's team games, there's mountaineering, there's racing cars, there's hunting deer. There's a huge range of things, counter sports, and what they have in common is that they involve physical skill. There are some games that are sports, like tennis, and there are some games that are not sports, like chess. And there are some sports that are not games, like mountaineering. So what the sports have in common is physical skill. And people, if they have a sufficient level of skill, can get into a state of flow, which is this state of mastery. Once you have sufficient skill, you can be completely in a state of flow. And this is the state which most sports people find most fulfilling, and what they're actually, the reason why many of them take part in sports is because that's an amazing sense of going beyond yourself. You're now flowing with the spirit, the flow. And in martial arts, it's explicitly recognized because in the East, people have always recognized that sports have a spiritual dimension. That's why things like Qigong and Aikido and stuff link in with martial arts. And martial arts are about the flow in your own body, the qi, the flow through you, and the flow between you and your opponent. And that's all part of the whole philosophy of flow in nature, or spirit. So I think that's why mastery is important, because if you're sort of fumbling the ball and you miss it when you're playing tennis, for example, or you just sort of hit it into the net and stuff, not terribly enjoyable, you don't feel in a state of flow. In fact, the flow is immediately broken. But if you have a great rally going on and the ball's going back and forth and both opponents are fairly well matched and both skillful, there's an amazing sense of flow that can come about. And of course, that's the reason people like watching sports, because Wimbledon tennis or football matches and so on, Premier League and all that, to see people playing really well and to see them getting into the flow, the spectators get into that flow with them, and you have a kind of vicarious experience of it, an immersion in it.
Now, what unites all these different ways of going beyond in the book is that they have scientifically measurable effects. Why is that so important?
Well, it's important for me because I'm a scientist and I take science seriously. I mean, I've done research all my career, that's what I do. I have a number of projects going on now, research projects, including one on telephone telepathy, which, incidentally, anyone here is welcome to try. I've just launched a new test on my website, sheldrake.org. Works on mobile with 3 people. If you're the subject, you have 2 people to do it with. as my latest. So I'm hoping people do it because I need the data and I want to see how well it works. So let me do a little short plug but the research I think is important. So I'm a tremendous believer in the scientific method. I'm against scientific dogma, which I think has blocked the curiosity of many scientists and constricted what science can do. I'm very much in favour of the scientific method, and I think that the scientific method when applied to spiritual practices has several advantages. First of all, it sheds light on the spiritual practice and makes us more aware of what's going on in our brains and our bodies and what effects these practices have. And that's important in the modern world where most people think nothing has any value unless it can be scientifically measured and proved. So if spiritual practices are seen as something just woolly, woo-woo, not real, imaginary stuff, they can easily be dismissed. But starting with meditation, the study of spiritual practices has actually shown that they're beneficial. People, on the whole, live longer, are happier, and healthier if they do these practices than if they don't. There's now a lot of evidence to show that that's the case. So, you know, if only for engaging people's self-interest in terms of being happier and healthier, this is a way in for some people who come from a completely secular worldview, who are atheists and have rejected the entire spiritual realm. That doesn't mean you can't do spiritual practices. A lot of atheists now meditate, for example. So I think that making spiritual practices accessible to people because they're about experience is important, because it means you don't have to start with a belief system. In the past that didn't matter. Everyone believed in God or in spirits or in other realms, and virtually everybody in Europe until about 1500 believed that. And you know, virtually everybody in India today and in many parts of the world believes that. But we live in a world where most people say we have no religion. Most people are raised with no religion and have had a scientific education which puts a high value on a scientific principle and approach, which is not a bad thing. But it means that starting from there, if you're going to start doing spiritual practices, having scientific studies provides a very good bridge. For me, it's important because I do take part in all the practices I write about in these two books. So they're part of my own experience and practice. But as a scientist, I also like to know how they work and what's going on. And for me, these are not contradictory. It's a kind of convergence of science and spirituality, which is what we need. You know, we had decades, generations of people seeing them as in opposition. Spirituality is about make-believe and rubbish and fairies at the bottom of the garden and so on, whereas science is about hard facts and things that can be proved. The kind of Richard Dawkins type of approach, which separates them completely. But what's happening now, and what's so exciting and interesting, is it has a healing effect, really, to when they converge and can be mutually helpful.
You said we've seen this rise in meditation and yoga classes, and do you think there's something so fundamentally flawed about the construction of a post-theist modern Western society that is forcing us to go and retrieve some of these spiritual practices? We know fundamentally deep down something is not quite right.
I think a lot of people think that, that's why I think actually we're on the cusp of a new phase of spiritual evolution, because I think a lot of people are starting out on spiritual journeys now. And maybe 50 years ago, a lot of people were raised and educated in a secular way wouldn't have done that. You know, they believed in progress. They thought the world would just get better and better apart from the Cold War. You know, there'd be just endless scientific progress, and it was all positive. Now we see there's many downsides to this way of living and in our relationship with nature and in the lack of spiritual dimension in many people's lives. So I think that the need is greater than and it is felt by many people, and the opportunities are greater, and the scientific dimension brings a completely new ingredient into the mix.
With regards to intention. You talked very briefly about human intention and how that helps us to focus the mind, but how is intention, or human intention, so undervalued? We are able to manifest certain things if we are intentional about them. Telephone telepathy is an example, and perhaps you could explain it for this audience, but also the idea of being stared at is again all about this something that's unexplainable, which can be best described as this word intention.
Yes, or attention. What the word intention literally means, of the Latin is intendere. Tendere means to stretch, as intent, tension, etc. So intendere means to stretch into, attendere means to stretch towards. So attention and intention both involve, literally, the idea of the mind stretching into things or towards things, which is actually exactly what I think is going on. I think when we look at somebody, our attention reaches out. I mean, when I look at you, I think my image of you is where you are. I don't think it's in my brain. I think we project out images. The world we're experiencing is a kind of virtual reality display, but it's not in here, it's out there. And these outward projections of the mind create our perceptual world all around us. They're invisible to other people, these perceptions, just like the outward projections of your mobile phone are invisible, and the gravitational field of the Earth, which is filling this room, is invisible. My image of you, if it's there, where you seem to be, where you are, my mind is reaching out, as it were, to touch you. If I were looking at you from behind, and you didn't know I was there, you might feel me looking at you, and that is the sense of being stared at. Almost everybody's experienced it. Lots of scientific evidence for it now. But within the scientific world, total denial that this could possibly happen, because it's not fitting into the mechanistic theory of the mind. So it's incredible, something every child knows is denied by leading professors and scientists all over the world, because it doesn't fit their model of reality. The evidence is overwhelming. In my book, The Sense of Being Stared At, I summarize it, and there are lots of papers on this in peer-reviewed journals on my website. Now, telepathy, to come back to that, is telepathy, the natural history of telepathy is it occurs between bonded members of social groups. Wolves in wolf packs often separate. They leave the babies, the cubs in the den, and the adults go out roaming over miles, sometimes hundreds of miles, hunting. But they remain linked, and through the field of the whole group, what I call the morphic field of the group, the social field. And it's that linkage that provides the basis for telepathy. When the adult wolves form the intention to go home, or when a baby wolf knows is in need, these things can be communicated telepathically. Now, domesticated wolves are dogs, and dogs form bonds with their human owners, and this is one of the areas I've done a lot of my research on telepathy. Telepathy between dogs, cats, and other pets and their owners. And many dogs know when their owners are coming home. They pick up their owner's intention to come home long before they come home, and they go and start waiting at a door or a window. And that is an example of telepathy, where the intention to come home is what matters. We've done experiments where we have people they go at least 5 miles from home. They come home at random times selected by us that they don't know in advance. They travel in unfamiliar vehicles, and we film the dog the whole time they're out. And it's clear that the dog responds. The dogs I've studied, the more sensitive dogs, some only get it 10 minutes before, 5 minutes before. But the dog I've worked with most picked up when his owner intended to come home, and she rang to call a taxi. Said goodbye to her friends, called for a taxi. That's when the dog started waiting. Picked up her intention. And a similar thing occurs with humans. If I want to get in touch with you, and if we know each other well, say we're members of the same family, or brothers, or twins, or something, I feel a need to call you, I have the intention to call you, I'd get out my phone, I'd dial you, but you'd pick up that intention ahead of the call, and you might start thinking about me, and then when the call came, you might say, it's funny, I just started thinking about you. Now that's, a survey show about 80% of the population have had that experience, telephone telepathy. Or people just know who it is when the phone rings before they look at the caller ID. And now the skeptics, so-called skeptics, really the denialists, have for more than a century have just dismissed. They said, oh yes, lots of people claim that, but the real reason for that is you think about other people all the time, and then one of them rings and you imagine it's telepathy, and you just forget the millions of times you're wrong. But I heard that argument so often from denialists that I decided that, I started asking, well, where's your evidence for this? Do you know how many times people think about others? Do you know how often they're wrong when they think it's telepathy? There was no evidence whatever. This was pure speculation. So I decided to test it. And in my basic telephone telepathy tests, you can see evidence one on the internet. There's one I did with the Nolan sisters, a girl band for television. You have the subject sits in front of a landline phone being filmed. They have 4 people they know well who are the callers. We select, I or my assistant, select one of the 4 callers at random by the throw of a die or by a random number generator. Call them up and say, will you phone your friend? Now, think about them for a minute, then phone them. So the person sitting there can't guess who it is by knowing people's patterns of life because it's selected at random. The phone rings. Before they pick it up, they have to guess who it is. I think it's Robert, so they pick up, hello Robert. They're right or they're wrong. If they were just guessing, pure coincidence, they'd be right one time in 4, 25%. In these experiments, with hundreds of trials, the success rate is about 45%. The statistical significance is massive. I mean, it's billions to 1 against chance. So this, I think, is an example of intention, how intention, mind stretching out. Now, the difference between telepathy and the sense of being stared at is the sense of being stared at works with strangers. It works with animals. And I think it probably evolved in the first place in the context of prey animals that could tell when a hidden predator was watching them would have a better chance of surviving than those that didn't. And so it works with strangers, whereas telepathy depends on social bonds and typically works best, almost exclusively, between people who know each other well, members of families, mothers and babies, dogs and their owners, and so on. It doesn't work with random strangers. But both of these involve the mind stretching beyond the brain through intentional attention.
The more I read your book, the more I kept going back to this idea of, it sounds a lot like what we materialized as the internet, some sort of global consciousness that we can all tune into and know where each other are through some form of field, of maybe that field is Wi-Fi. It feels like we tried to build, or at least the original version of the internet was trying to build a version of what we already knew was innately there in nature. Is there any equivalence to what we were trying to do when we were materializing our ability to connect consciously across the world to what you're talking about?
In a way, many of our modern technologies are materializations of ancient dreams or fantasies that people had. Flying dreams, most people have had flying dreams, at least when they're children. And people have had flying dreams, I'm sure, forever. But until recently, something people couldn't do. You could have a flying dream. It could only happen in the realm of imagination or mythology, or you could imagine angels flying or Cupid flying. But couldn't actually fly until the invention of the aeroplane. Now we can all fly. Now the internet, people have always had the idea that they can connect with people at a distance, telepathically. In some cultures, it's taken for granted. People have cultivated it as a skill. In our culture, it's completely dismissed, contemptuously dismissed even within the educational system as a superstition or as a ridiculous woo-woo I mean, so it's mercilessly ignored or dismissed. But in cultures where people have cultivated it, like the Bushmen as described by Lawrence van der Kost, they took it for granted as a means of communication at a distance. But we've materialized that. We now have telephones. So, and it's interesting that telepathy is evolving along with the telephone, because the telephones enable us, empower us to call anyone anywhere in the world. And we have to think about them first. And then you get this kind of telepathic pre-echo through telephone telepathy. So the internet, the idea that we're all connected at a fundamental level is what Jung expressed in the idea of the collective unconscious. Tyler Chardin had the idea of a collective consciousness where all human consciousness would be interlinked in a kind of spiritual unification. And so both the unconscious, both of these visions of humanity being linked up together, again, have been materialized through the internet. But I think many of these technologies, as I say, are actually materializations of things which people have imagined, thought about, dreamt about, told stories about for many, many generations.
And with that materialization, they lose something. They lose the essence of what that thing is that they were dreaming about. It's a poor version of.
Well, it may help us dream about it better. You know, it may actually help us to recover a sense of interconnection instead of believing we're all isolated, which the materialist theory says. We're actually recovering a sense that we actually are interconnected. And this more interconnected view that the internet gives us is making it easy to realize that we're interconnected with nature as well. And what happens in one part of the world affects things in other parts of the world. And so those are all spiritual traditions talk about interconnection. And for people starting from a materialist, secular point of view, they can actually be helpful in making us more aware of the reality of interconnection. So I don't see it as more negative.
Well, before we go out to audience questions, there's two ways to go beyond that. I'd like to touch on them very, very briefly, because I think you personally have an interest in worldview. The first one is psychedelics and your experience at the Echelon Institute with Terence McKenna. I mean, what did you learn during that time that is worth retrieving into our present thinking on those sorts of drugs?
Well, going back a bit further than that, my own personal experience began with LSD, psychedelic LSD around 1970. At that time, I was a materialist, an atheist, and had bought into the kind of dogmatically scientific view. And this was a huge awakening for me. It showed me realms of consciousness no one had told me about in any of my scientific education. A whole new vision and experience of the world and reality and consciousness. So for me, that opened a curiosity about the mind and the nature of the mind, which I then took up meditation, so I wanted to explore the nature of consciousness without drugs, then in the early 80s, I met Terence McKenna when I first went to California in 1982, and Ralph Abraham, and I met them together. And we met at Terence's house near Sebastopol, California. And we started talking, and we were talking for days. I mean, it was so exciting. I mean, here were two people I had these conversations with. Every few hours, a beeper went off, and Terence had to go out and spray a shed, sort of vaporize and moisturize the atmosphere in his mushroom growing facility. Because at that time he was growing magic mushrooms. That was his main activity apart from talking. And so we had many conversations, and I went to stay with him in the 1980s late 80s, maybe early 90s, at his botanic garden in Hawaii, where he had this botanic garden. You could go half an hour up a lava trail, and it was extremely remote. It was called, it's still there, it's called Botanical Dimensions. That's what he called it. And when I arrived, I said, Terence, there seems to be some kind of vine growing over all these palm trees. It seems to be spreading out into the jungle. What is that? He said, that's Banisteriopsis, the ayahuasca vine. So he was growing all these psychoactive substances. Well, obviously I tried some of them. For me, I think psychedelics have several important things we can learn from. I mean, I have to say I'm not advocating indiscriminate use of psychedelics by people prone to psychosis and so on. They can be dangerous. And I have a nephew who's a psychiatric nurse living near Glastonbury, and he picks up the pieces after Glastonbury festivals. And so it's not that I have a naive view that they're good for everyone all the time. They're not. But I think that one of the things they can do is open us to the idea that the mind